Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you all may be. How's it going, Welsh boy? Wonderful to see you in here this evening. NASA Muffin, how are you? I know, I thought we were supposed to be imaging as well. Look at this baloney. If you can see that horizon and the light pollution, that only little vestige of light pollution that we can see behind the trees, we got clouds. A terrible, horrible, heinous, that's with an H, trick played on us by Mother Nature. Oh, it's ridiculous. Trauma Train Rich, how's it going? Good to see you as well. Hello there. It is true baloney. What is this? This is all the, like, so many forecasts were showing great weather, awesome weather. And then a few other forecasts were saying, not so much. Not so much awesome weather. Less good weather. Crummier weather. Weather such as this. Such as, there you go, let's get that fixed up. Ironically, it's clear in the UK. No! Like, look at all this cloud cover. This is not what we want. This is our area. And you can see up even at 10 o'clock, we still have cloud coverage over here. It's not bad news, Carlitos. It's just sad news. Crummy clouds ruining our imaging session. Now, some forecasts say that we're going to have some clear skies a little later on. Other forecasts are saying that I'm going to have an eyelash in my eye. That forecast is incredibly accurate. Can we see it? No, I just made it worse. But how you doing, Carlitos? The Evening Wrecker. Clouds. I know. Oh my goodness. How are you, Hazards? Hopefully other people who may be imaging or just want to, or those who are in like the some of the northern areas or even some of the northern United States, there is a chance to see some of the Aurora Borealis. And that's going to be still visible over the next day or so. And I was really hoping to get some images tonight as well. So many things. Like, we even started like 2.5 hours later. So we have our, I wouldn't say, well, I don't know how abbreviated of an astronomy chat evening this is going to be, but you know what, we have some there is some news to catch up on, some astronomy news, and just how much we hate clouds. We do have some new images that we have added over from our last imaging session that some people may not have seen, so that's at least a good thing to do. Coming to a clear sky near you. Clouds, you'll see nothing this summer, this spring, this fall, this winter. Oh, for Pete's sake. One moment, please. One moment, please. I am still here. Hello. Hi. Cloud people hate clear skies. If we were going to be, we should be, you know, I need to change. I'm going to say this right here, right now. We are completely changing our format of the streams. This is it. We have a new format. You ready? What's going on, everybody? My name is Tom. I am the meteorological Canuck, and we love clouds. We love watching clouds as often as possible. We will look at lenticular clouds. We will look at cirrus clouds. We will even hope to see some mammatus clouds. And let's take a look at our forecast for the clouds right now, and we have a borked connection. Dang it. Excuse me, outdoor camera, where did you go? Out of order. Even in the future, nothing works. Oh, sorry, Welsh boy. I will try not to make you cough too much. Dang it. Where did my connection go? Such is the theme of tonight. Everything we want to do is going to go horribly wrong, which makes me kind of worried for the taste of this. What is this going to taste like? What does starlight actually consist of? You blame Kermit the Frog and that darn rainbow connection. We have no more clear skies. We're going to freak out. Yay! Like I said, hopefully everybody else is having a good time with some clear skies and maybe seeing some of the Aurora Borealis. There is that possibility. As the forecast sent over from Third Rock Astronomy, what we be looking out for is like way down a likely scenario of seeing pretty much all of Canada and a good portion of the northern United States, checking out some of the northern lights. But maybe if we start to love the clouds, we can get some improvement. There we go. Now I can finish my meme. We still got cloudy skies. I can't. If I turn on the infrared, the camera is actually pointing in a weird direction where it's reflecting off of the glass on the deck. So I have to leave it on this one. But this is a better way to see because, again, we can see those clouds off in the distance. You see down there where it's fairly bright, like the only source of light that we would have impeding upon our imaging. But that's not a problem because we would not be imaging through trees. But if we can see all that light pollution, then no, it's not a good time to be imaging. Also, we would see some stars dotted up around here and there. I've been rainy and cloudy and quite humid in Florida all day. See, but y'all, okay, the one thing I do like about Florida, at least whenever I would visit, was the amount of amazing thunderstorms you would get. I'd never been there during a hurricane, but no, it was awesome to be there during some amazing thunderstorms. Uncle Bill, how are you? Good evening. How's it going tonight? I, for one, welcome our water-based mist overlords. Imagine that we can get rid of these clouds. We'd be done with them. And there was a great deal of April Fool's posts that were put up today. Celestron did one that was getting rid of clouds. I thought that was, well, everybody would love to get rid of that, right? So we can check out their post. Yes, the cloud be gone from Celestron and enhanced the finder scope to combat those pesky clouds that ruin a night of observing. Just push the new red button and see it work like a charm. See, they got the same idea. We want to get a giant fan. Trying to reverse psychology on the clouds. That's what I'm trying to do as well. Renaming things. Because, or does Mother Nature know how reverse psychology works? That would be, it'd be great if we could outsmart the weather, but the weather doesn't care about our hobbies. It should. They're pretty awesome. But there have been some interesting posts today. And what I've mentioned before and talk about with other people is how sometimes an April Fool's joke turns into reality. Where there are so many things. We were talking about Think Geek over with Nova Charter earlier today. And he was, he's asking how many people remember the Think Geek website, where they would have these amazing April Fool's gags for different products they're going to be putting out. And then, like, months later, it's like, no, we actually made it. It was a joke, but it was so it was so brilliant that it couldn't not be produced as something interesting. ASI Air had put out or sorry, not ASI, ZWO had their tweet as well about their April Fools about the ASI Air Mini and ASI Air Max, an ASI Air with a screen attached to it. Again, how hard would it be? How much more would you have to put into development on this to actually just have an entirely self-contained imaging program? Like you don't even need to worry about bringing an extra cell phone or an extra tablet. The ASI Air itself would control it. That would be cool. Again, one of those things. Hopefully, what if that happens? Oh, I saw. I haven't. Here, let's do that. Let's put that out there. Let's pose the question. Even indie dev New Blood sent a newsletter saying no new releases till 2023 because all the devs are too busy playing Elder Ring instead. Yeah, that sounds like that would be legit. I've yet to play Elden Ring. I don't know if I will. I mean, there's tons of other games that are out there, but still. And actually, there was some discussion in the Astronomy Chat section today about this. That, yeah, what if it is a possibility? I think that would be kind of cool. Not having to worry about controlling, having killing your phone battery when you could be doing even like wide field imaging with your phone, and also leaving it to share your Instagrams or your tweets or your, I don't know. Does anybody still use Instant Messenger anymore? Does that still exist? But again, just the possibilities. I mean, it's something like this really doesn't seem like it could be too far off either. So yes, April Fool's jokes, but you know what? The fact that it could be done. Does MySpace still work? I guess I would still have my MySpace. Who else? Who else has seen some really good April Fool's gags? And again, the ones that actually there was one that was put out from. Let's just go over to mine. I had posted about it. I retweeted this right away, and then quickly clicked on Sugar Lumps. It's April Fool's. I'm thinking, but why would they do that? Why would they do that with this? And after clicking on the link, no, it does bring you to Lego's website. So this is a future set. This will be the first Lego Friends set that I would pick up. I don't recall when it was going to be released. May the 1st. There we go. Yeah, definitely add this one in. I'll probably even pick this up for some other family members as well, because let's share a fun, easy build with the Lego set and get them more interested in space exploration and other aspects of STEM. You watched the Shatner in Space documentary on Amazon. It was epic. I have not checked that out yet. I did, however, I have watched the Book of Boba Fett. It is incredible. It is amazing. It is liberating to watch a program and then not be worrying about spoilers. Watch Spider-Man No Way Home. And like not even like immediately after I finished watching it, spoilers all over the place. I'm thinking, man, I'm glad I watched it when I did. So good. And to the point I need to watch it again just to take everything in with No Way Home. So I do remember there was a spoiler that someone did say, and it ended up being true. I didn't think it was actually going to be real. I thought they were just memeing on things. But overall, well worth the wait. And it wasn't until actually when I did pick it up, bought it off of the through the Xbox, and like the splash page was a spoiler in itself. And I was like, oh, like the moment before I was going to watch it, I'm like, oh, well, I see now. But other than that, incredibly enjoyable movie. Came with a bunch of extra features and behind the scenes, deleted scenes and bloopers and everything like that. So I like those aspects of it. That's what I liked about getting the different Blu-ray movies, was not so much for the movie, but you get all the commentary as well and the behind the scenes, and just to get a deeper look into the movie. And I like that about Disney Plus, that it will have the it does have most of them will have like the director's commentary on there. Other people like abhor watching it with director's commentary. Other people can't be too fussed, but you know what? It's good. Anyone see the video announcement SETI put out today? Oh, I saw that one too. Kenobi has been pushed back. How far has it been pushed back? I haven't watched the trailer for Kenobi. I didn't know if there's any kind of tie-in with Boba Fett. So it will be viewed in like the next 24 hours. By a few days. Is it tell me it's coming out May the 4th. The Lego Skywalker saga is coming out in a couple of days. A few days, sorry, April 5th. Or is it April 4th? Either way, why they couldn't just say, you know, we're gonna wait. We're gonna release the most epic Lego Star Wars game. It should have been on May the 4th. I feel they missed a trick on that. Shame on marketing. It'll be the first 2 episodes on launch day 2. Ooh, excellent. There have been a couple of programs watching day 1, and it's like, oh. So this is what it feels like once again to be waiting for weekly episodes. Going back to, but I like that as well. You don't have to. You're not going to binge the whole series like on day 1, and then now you got to wait like 9 to 12 months for the next series to come out. May 29th, I think, for Kenobi, it was going to be on the anniversary of A New Hope. May 4th, yes, May 4th would have been the perfect. Like, what? Why not? May the 4th, we'll be doing something. It is not a regular streaming day. I believe May the 4th is on a Wednesday. That's fine. We are going to be... sometimes you need to beat these things over the head with a hammer. Just really drive it home that it is Star Wars Day. And we'll be taking part on Star Wars Day. It will be... Yeah, it's going to be Lego themed. And if it's a clear sky, even better. That's going to be awesome. Streaming in a Kenobi outfit. No, I would stream in a Grogu shroud, and the exact same size that he wears too. That you will have to pay subs and bits to make me put on more clothes. That'll be the theme for May the 4th. Tiny little beige tunic and a smile. That's all you're getting from Astro Canuck on the 4th of May. I guess I should put that in our calendar as well, that we will be streaming on that day. What about something for May 25th? Towel Day. I'll start with a washcloth. Oh my. Now, there was also the trying to tie in a certain day with Back to the Future. What key dates are ingrained in that franchise? Now, I have time to think about that. Time, because as of midnight, as of 12 a.m., the Back to the Future time machine, the DeLorean, was on sale. And at like midnight 01, it was sold out. So, not that I was in a rush to get this anyway, but I for all the nerdy, geeky, awesome pop culture things that we love on this channel, this one is just perfect. You need a time machine to get the time machine, but having to get the time machine because you want the time machine, does that negate need to get the time machine? All sorts of weird paradoxes. How can you perfect time travel without needing to start with time travel? Hope you're doing well, Nick. And we're ready to go in a rabbit hole of time travel. So this sold out like instantly. Also, I wasn't too fussed on getting it right away because the only gift with purchase at the moment is a cute little chick and egg gift with purchase. A low threshold, $80. Not too fussed on that one. But when there are other things that are coming up, we try to match our purchases. One thing that I did make an amend on with the mentioning about one of our stretch goals, there has been a bit of a change. Bit of focus, reshifting the focus. How we have our these goals here, the bits goal, actually that is changing as well. That is ending April 27th. Yes? No, 26th. That ends April 26th because the Lunar City research base, part of the NASA's, based off of NASA's Artemis missions, is going to be one of those double VIP items. So more VIP points also means more coupons for Lego, which means an easier time of getting more Lego sets and being able to get the money off. So that is the theme of the new stretch goal, but it also is going to include a Lego set giveaway. And that's what I forgot to do. I think we are finished with winter today. We had a little bit of snow this morning. I gotta call this one like the last the last make it rain with the chance of flurries, hopefully. So that's what we're going to do is this one has been updated, ending the 26th of April, the final Tuesday in April. So we will have our Astros Potpourri stream on that day, talking about different crafts that we want to do, different art, space-based art, and some space-based games. So yes, we will resurrect Kerbal Space Program. We will see what other games are available with the Xbox Game Pass to jump into space with. No 8-inchers, none of that. Look at this. That clump of clouds. Ridiculous. Things that are not ridiculous. Hello, so adorable. Hello, my love. Hello, Pookie. How are you? Caleb, good to see you as well. Yes, we will reinstate Kerbal. It will be part of the Tuesdays. And then obviously Tuesdays can also fall into other other types of games that we like to play on here. And maybe introduce some other options, different things we want to do. So yes, we have, like I said, update on our stretch goal for the for April for the Lego, for bits pertaining to Lego. It will be put toward the Lunar City, the Lego City Lunar Research Base for the double VIP points. Yay, more coupons that we can get for future purchases as well. And yes, the total isn't going to change. I haven't reset any of that. We've just adjusted what the stretch goal is going to be. It's lasting a little longer, but there is also going to be a Lego set giveaway, which was originally it was labeled as a mystery set or a mystery goal. But yeah, we will have we'll do a Lego set giveaway on the immediate Sunday following, if we reach that goal. You got 1,100 hours on Kerbal, although 900 of them are load time. You can probably say you're an expert of launch vehicle design. You know, I'm somewhat of a Kerbin myself. To which, Welsh boy, to which So Adorable would probably reply, what's a Grogu? His baby Yoda. Now, she's watched Mandalorian. As far as what names will stick. Caleb, you can't stay. No worries. Appreciate you dropping in. I heard that. Yeah, okay, Google. All right, we're good. I can't wait for Grogu's second words. Can't wait to see how they're going to. It's going to be awesome to see what they're going to do with Mandalorian. And yeah, I don't want to give away any other details on Book of Boba Fett. If anybody else has not watched all of that, it is definitely a rewatchable series. You're in the middle of Googling when I interrupted. Now you all. Wait, hold on. That's true. Fabricland is having a sale. Interfacing is 50% off. Yes or no? Should So Adorable buy more interfacing? The answer is just yes. Yes, right. Buy it all! I don't even need to make a poll for this one. This one's like, this is odd. You're just going to say yes. The only options on the poll would be yes or yes, buy more. Have I showed the people the shirt? No, I have not. Where is said shirt? Probably in a box somewhere. The musical number with NASA's and the musical number with Jawas and Ewoks was confusing. And then the shark came out of nowhere. That's crazy stuff. Oh, what's happening? What's happening to the internet? Why are we dropping frames? Well, we've moved in, but we're still not moved in. We're getting there. If you can't find something in our house, it's in a box somewhere. Eventually. When the last box is ready to unpack, we don't even know we may not even know what's in it. We should just do an unboxing on stream. What the is in our boxes? What's in this box? Oh, it's an old piece of soap and a t-shirt and 2 pieces of chewing gum. Weird thing to pack. If we find the shirt, you're already going to suggest that we unbox the final box on here. I hope it's not a face hugger. I hope not either. 2? Imagine that. Oh, hey, I love that. Speaking of face huggers, we have on our Etsy page, I'm gonna put the link in here. We have one of these. We have in the theme of Easter. This is one of our cross stitch patterns that we do have available on our Patterns and Pixels store. It is a wonderfully decorated xenomorph egg with a face hugger just emerging. If you find old soap and t-shirts, it's definitely a box I pack. Yeah, that sounds exactly like something I would do. That's that would be my MO. This is one of our cross stitches available. This is, that was an awesome coincidence, and I couldn't have planned that segue any better. Someone has suggested a face hugger attachment for your CPAP mask. I think if there's any, just to have a face hugger mask. Anyway, I've seen some people do some awesome leather work with making a face hugger and other types of styles. No, in no way, shape, or form. None whatsoever. I'll PayPal you later. No. So this one is... This also came completely out of my head. So adorable, and I did discuss about what we could do for Easter, and I was talking about this, and she's like, what? Nobody's gonna want that. Well, we have 9 in stock out of 10, so somebody has bought it, apparently. And... oh, it's terrifying. Terrifyingly awesome. It dropped me in the soup, but I really didn't. I didn't. Some days you got to work for these segues, and other days they walk right up to you. So I am wondering, this is still cold. I would probably want to actually try this soon. A friend of yours has a t-shirt with a face hugger holding a free hug sign. I like that. All right. While this is still cold, we may as well give this a taste. What does Coca-Cola Starlight taste like? So adorable. I appreciate you picking this up. All right. Let's rhyme off these ingredients. Ingredients: carbonated water, concentrate of carrot and black currant for color, mostly helium, a little bit of hydrogen, natural flavor, phosphoric acid, caramel color, aspartame, sodium benzoate, sodium citrate, asulfamine potassium, caffeine, more aspartame, more potassium. All right. Nitrogen, hydrogen, dark matter, stardust, regolith, little car parts, little bits of the Parker Solar Probe. A little bit of carbon, as long as everything is going to stay stable. We don't have any iron in this one. So let's bits of Voyager. Voyager or V'ger? It has a bouquet of cookies. Pioneer 10. Yeah. Like, it smells almost like a Jammy Dodger. Wait, let's get the this is there's no sponsorship, but I may as well at least present it to the camera. How's this for a thumbnail? Wait, do one of these? A jammy what? Does it have a different name in North America? The cookies that have the little bit of raspberry and cream. These things, but with a spaceship flying out of it. Commander Sam, how are you? Welcome. Had me at cookies. What are they called here? Well, yeah, like ours have a little more of a more pronounced ring and a little bit more sugar on top. Same idea. Cookie, cream, sugar, raspberry. We call them the self-destruct buttons. Okay, fine. Almost the same. Foch, how you doing? Welcome. It has, like, seriously, it smells like raspberries and cookies, although there's like no raspberry in this. It's like black currant carrots. Wait, what does it sound like?
Water.
Oh, okay.
Water. This. The water.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Sam. Now you're craving one. Drink. All right. No, it really tastes like it smells. It tastes like a sweet little cookie. Yes, you may.
Reminding me of something. Hold on.
the hand of the boss, exactly. Everybody says hello. Well, she'll see you in chat as well. All right, it's yeah, it really tastes like it has that biscuity, sweet, almost, I don't want to say like a buttery flavor. Did you ever try the Tiny Rebel Brewery's Pump Up the Jam? No, I haven't. No, I would say cotton candy. When I think of like cream soda, that's almost more like cotton candy. I did not try that. It sounds, you thought of a carnival. It does have that sweet. It's a sweet taste with zero sugar, 0 calories, 0 fat, 0 carbs, 0.1 gram of protein, all the sodium in the world, and a tiny bit of potassium. There's no sugar in this. Tell you what, I've had worse things in my mouth. There was once a soft drink that was supposed to taste like poutine, French fries, and gravy and cheese curd. That was gross. I still have my teeth. Ah! To be honest, you're glad. Oh. There it is. I wonder if I can get it to actually give like the time code of the for the VOD. So if anybody wants to have any context, they can go there, or it's just that's it. Okay, yeah, I gotta say, it is like drinking a raspberry cookie. If that's what the starlight tastes like, then we are missing out on a great deal of it. We could taste these stars. Delicious. Tasty, tasty universe. All right, pardon me. It's slightly reading it is no. Ooh, NASA muffin. Paying for the gift sub to the Astro Canuck bot. Thank you. Where's the?
There's supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom.
All right. That's another thing I need to adjust. Hey, the 12-month anniversary for the Astrobot. Well, thank you. That's the muffin. Thank you so much for that. Greatly appreciated. It just makes me feel bad for it. Now it needs to put out more messages. But thank you. Thank you very, very much. There's nothing. Even the little sub train is gone. Huh. All right. Well, I did end up coughing for a good moment there again. Worth it. I don't need. I wouldn't want to cause you undue pain, Welsh boy. But on the other hand, I do like to cause needed laughter. All right. One thing I also need to do is with this thing down here. There need to be goal markers. It can't just be. It's not just for the giveaway and a prize. We need some more incentives. I think what we need to do is maybe at this point here, at the P. P will stand for pepper. There we go. Perfect. When we get to the P, we'll eat a ghost pepper. When we get to this one, something else. And do I have another one? I'll have to get another one. We'll think of another one there, but we'll get some milestones hit on that. We need, oh my. Oh, that one needs to move. Excuse me, not a hobbit. Hello, hobbits. How are you doing? Happy Friday to you as well. Good to see you in here. All right, I need to move this marker. Which one is it? No. No. Yes. Copy. And we'll get rid of that. Yes, and then put that there. There we go. Okay, now we're sorted out. Doing all right. Not too bad. It would be much better if we had some clear skies, but we still have some cloud coverage that we can see, which is a little annoying. Skybridge, how you doing? Love the Orko emote. That is so cool. Who's that one? Gray Skull 83. Oh my goodness. That one's cool. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna drop them a follow. Who doesn't love Gray Skull? Who doesn't love Castle Gray Skull? I've been visiting apartments to rent today. Well, good to see. Hopefully you have everything. You saw something that you liked. Astro Pinter, what's going on, sir? How are you doing? Oh, well, Mother Nature promised me some clear skies, and then she ends up giving. So, unfortunately, I like because it waves. Yeah, that's cool. I that's an awesome emote. Like He-Man and Masters of the Universe. That was my childhood for sure. So yeah, fortunately, this is what we have. You did see if it pans out. Excellent. Excellent. Well, good luck on that, Hobbit. As well, Dr. Derp. What's going on? Good to see you. How are you this evening? I don't think we can quote the beeps. I did not watch the remake on Netflix. Unfortunately not. Yeah, so we had they were very clear on the overnight stream this past week. Was that with our skies, right? Because it's a pain for the clouds. Mark Hamill voices Skeletor. Perfect choice. Mark Hamill's awesome. Which city is going in that scene? It is I'm gonna leave it as an unnamed city for the moment. We have the rough area where we live. It's not a large municipality either, but it's just enough to cause a little bit of light pollution. However, because it is just in the tree line, I don't even count that little bit, because when we're aiming straight up, we have awesome views. Unlike tonight when it's just. All right, you're going to finish off the sweater and listen to the rest of your audiobook? No worries. NASA Muffin, thank you so much for joining in tonight. When we're playing Astro Hangout, one thing we need to do before we start getting people over is to really clean up our fields, in the sense that previous owners, it was all mapped out and it was just cows were using it. So it's not all leveled out. It's just health and safety would not approve the field that we would want to work in. So we need to get that all sorted out. If not, some test runs, some local test runs by like the end of the summer, maybe, when it starts to get darker a little earlier. I mean, virtual online hangout to chat about astronomy and science. We will work those into some of our Tuesday streams. Right now, because the inaugural Tuesday stream got sidelined by clear skies. Oh, woe is us. We'll play it by ear, see how everything goes. But rest assured, I will make some announcements on our Discord of when we're going to be doing some of those hangouts, give people some heads up of when people can be available. And also seeing what I can do to maximize the layout for the screen for how I want to have our everybody kind of displayed on there, how many people are going to join in, what we're going to do. Not in the UK anymore, unless health and safety are as strict where you are. I would just like to try to keep any possible incidents to like a minimum, where all of a sudden we have this giant hole that was covered by brush, and then someone falls down in the hole, and then we got to cover up that hole. Plus we have a small tiller, which, I mean, that would take the whole summer to get everything laid out properly. I just still everyone use flashlights. We'll see how that's going to turn out. We can get once we are finished with winter. Like I said, this morning we had some light flurries. We had a couple of couple centimeters of snow today. It is pretty much all gone now. It's still chilly, -2 degrees Celsius. So there are still bits of ice out there. Right, you gonna try and get some sleep? Yes, no worries, Welsh. But wonderful to have you in here. Glad to see you. Hopefully, like I said, you're better than yesterday, but not as good as tomorrow. Hopefully, you feel better and make a complete recovery. Glad to have you in here. Take care of yourself. White light at an astronomy event. People have been beaten for less. Imagine being like the person late and you rock up in your car and with your high beams on, you just ruin everybody's night vision. You are instantly the worst villain ever to exist. Like worse than Gargamel. Worse than Mumra. You can probably rent a heavy machinery for the weekend and level it all out. Yeah, but if I do that, then So Adorable is going to use all the heavy machinery. She already has commandeered our tractor. Well, it's her tractor. Her tractor. I like to leave club events by setting off a flare. Okay, bye! Good luck observing, suckers! She took her tractor back. Now it's a retractor. We'll go with that one, Lava Lamp. Hopefully you're having a good night. Wonderful to see you in here. Not that they could chase you, all their equipment is still set up. Ooh. Ooh. You're an evil one, Dr. Derp. My goodness. Imagine doing that. Like, ridiculous. All right, so we've had our Jammy Dodger juice. We got our coffee. I actually, it's not going to surprise many people. I have 2 coffees on the go. Also, here's a question. Nobody's mentioned this, and I haven't checked it now. Okay, good. I was playing around with some different voice mod microphones, and I didn't know. Like last time, I started off a stream, and it sounded all weird. But I think we would have known by now if I was using one of the silly voices. Our Deacon Games, hello. Good evening. Clear skies tonight. Not really. I was hoping that we were going to have that. We were promised, many forecasts were saying that we had some good skies, that we had some good weather coming up. And almost like the one other forecast that I like to check is now showing that pretty much until the whole night. What is this going until? Like 2 in the morning, that we still have cloud coverage. This area here, Central Ontario, that's where our base is located. And you can see just that coverage of clouds. That's not what we want, obviously. So it looks like what I thought. Well, obviously it is the worst April Fool's joke that Mother Nature could do to us. Every other forecast was looking favorable, and now it's not. We do, however, still have images as always. What I want to do is get these ones posted up on the Discord automatically, and so that we can get these automatically on there. And so it's not just me just showing these ones. You can always go check out as much as often as you can. You're in the southeast of that mitten that's covered. Nobody's getting good skies right now. It's ridiculous. Sucks. One of the things you miss with leaving Arizona is the lack of cloud cover. You could have done some astronomy in the back if it wasn't for the excessive light pollution from the neighbors. I've had that problem with neighbors before. It's not great. But then again, that's what we have bulldozers for, right? Alex, how you doing? Looks for a quiet stream she can hang out in. She can just hide in. We are chilled. We are very fairly calm here tonight. You are more than welcome to hang out with us. We have tried this tonight. It basically tastes like a cookie without being overly sweet. Like a raspberry cookie. It's interesting. I wouldn't make it like a new favorite drink or anything like that. But it's it's an interesting flavor. And I'm pretty sure my office is just going to smell like this for a little bit. What does Starlight mean? Yeah, I don't know. But it's something. Excuse me, OBS. Why are you acting weird? All right, it seems we've leveled out. Does it sparkle? That's a good question. Maybe it glows in the dark. No. Well, that's even worse. No, it doesn't seem to do anything other than fizz and taste like a cookie. All right. Question of how everything is operating. Does this still look like we're still working, right? My OBS is giving me other information here. Telling me I'm dropping frames like crazy. Nothing new has been added. Nothing has been turned on here. Not in a good mood. April Fool's Day pisses you off. Most people don't realize that there's a cutoff. I thought I did get sucked in by one April Fool's joke, but luckily it wasn't. And it's something to kind of be a little excited about regarding Lego. You're just going to hide in the Lego box. Well, happy to have you in here. The only April Fool's joke that has happened was our forecast, where it was the apps said it was going to be clear, and then it's not. That's about as April Fool-y as we get. Also, if there seems to be any issues at the moment with audio being off, just pause or refresh the stream. There was a slight little bit of an issue. Ooh, also, I remembered things I forgot to do when we started streaming because I was so unhappy with not the weather. Yes, with the weather. I wasn't happy with the weather. There we go. All right, that's sorted out. The pranks stop at midnight. After that, you're the fool for pranking in the afternoon. These rules go back to the 1700s. Exactly. I think the only thing is that people think, oh, my timeline's global. Well, no, there's a cutoff. Audio seems to be good. The video keeps fuzzing out and back in. It seems that everything is back on track now. Running at a more of a constant bit rate. Now, see, there was a post that was put out, and it was regarding this Lego Friends set. And as soon as I retweeted about it, I thought, oh no. But it is genuinely a set that is going to be released. So, yeah, definitely glad to see that is going to be hopefully getting some younger audience interested in space exploration and astronomy. And you know what? It doesn't. You know, we're adding this to our collection when it comes out. eventually at some point it will be it'll be a build, because you know I like actually some of the features they have on here. Actually looks kind of cool. The ultimate prank, there is no cutoff. The ultimate prank is that like the last 2 years have been like a massive April Fool's joke. But it is. Come back to the Starlight. It still smells like that, like a biscuit, like a cookie. I keep saying biscuit. People might be thinking I'm talking about like a cracker or something like that. No. Yeah. But no, it's so yeah, a little bit of what was going on with OBS. I don't know what's happening with that there. But if the skies do clear up a little later, I don't know if we would completely cut. Well, we would. How long we would pause for things. But the one other thing we'd be missing out on is the possibility of seeing more of the aurora, as there was a highly energetic solar flare that popped off from the sun a few days ago, and obviously the more energetic it's going to get, the lower on the lower latitudes are going to see some of the northern lights. As long as it doesn't smell like cherry flavored Buckleys. No, there is no medicine type flavor or scent to this, thankfully. So this was the possibility. So there was pretty much all of Canada would be able to see the northern lights, and a fair portion of the northern United States. So if anybody is going to have some clear skies, you have a good chance of seeing some of the aurora borealis. But it's so glad to find someone who knows what Buckley's is. Otherwise, that just would have fallen so flat. No, it's no, that's gross. But no, it's when other foods smell like the horrors of childhood. That's when it's like, nah, I don't even want to try it. No, that's it. It smells too much like the cherries or the banana medicine that you get as a kid. If you had to try to fight off any. Yeah, no. So this is the possibility. If you have clear skies, looking out, just looking up, depending on the intensity, you might be able to see them if they're in your area. Buckley's is designed to scare the cold out of you. I'd imagine so. It's like, do you want to get sick? No, gotta drink Buckley's. Oh no, I'm not gonna get sick. No, forget it. It's yeah, this is kind of some of the lowest that we've seen it in a while, and there have been some awesome pictures that people have shared out of you're near Seattle, so maybe, possibly. Third Rock Astronomy did twig me to this, and yeah, there have been some awesome images that friends of his have posted as well. Like, he's out in the Pacific Northwest, and yeah, some amazing light shows that for some reason it's just the way how, with the intensity and the rotation, that a lot of people in that area out west get the awesome views. So that's why I was kind of really disappointed that we weren't going to have some decent skies. Although, like I said, if it's going to clear up a little later on after the stream is completed, I will still aim to get the telescope imaging. We'll add more data onto, not this one, not M101. Adding more data onto, pardon me, that's the Coca-Cola Starlight. I'm adding more data onto this galaxy here, M106. I did download some of the images that we had saved before, and it looks like I may have about 10 or so hours with broadband and narrowband imaging on this galaxy. So that will be what we will do. Aim to do some processing of this tomorrow night for our rainy day astronomy, because we have like no chance right now. At least the forecast isn't showing anything favorable for any kind of clear skies tomorrow. Now here's what's annoying. This is what was this was the forecast I was handed down. A new moon. So nothing, no moonlight was going to be impeding our views. And this was the forecast that we were dealt. Fairly calm wind, chilly temperatures, an all right dew point, like very favorable for us. Now, it's not to say that I may not pop my head outside shortly and see, because even okay, say I looked outside now, 10:30. It would take about 15 minutes to get everything set up. Imaging by 11. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, possibly 5, maybe 6 hours worth of imaging. That's a good amount of time to put on a target, but also a good amount of time to be sharing images as well, which is what we like to do here. So maybe I might take a quick little step outside to see what we can do, if that is a possibility. Actually, let's maybe let's refresh. No, it's still giving me the same forecast. Sunday night was going to be a possibility as well, but that window is closing rapidly. If the forecast comes Sunday morning, if the forecast is going back to what it originally was, looking favorable for most of the night, then for Sunday's stream, well, we are building more of the Galactic Explorer from the Monkey Kid series, which we only have like this much. Oh, sorry there. This much of the rocket ship completed. So there's still quite a ways to go. We'd start at 10 a.m., finish at 1, and then get ready for a night of imaging. If not, then we'll kind of play it by ear and see what we'll do for continuing on with this build. And then the possibility of also looking way ahead to the week, it's kind of tough saying that Thursday may or may not be a decent night. It would be all right in the sense that we could probably check out a little bit of the moon as it's setting, and if the forecast is going to be again in our favor. But when there's that, okay, what is that? See, that's where it leaves me a little leery that we have the possibility of any precipitation during that time period. All right, you must say goodnight. No worries, Carlitos. Thanks so much for joining us today. Glad to see you in here. I know it is for a lot of our friends in overseas. Yes, it can be these streams starting later. It is very early in the morning for a lot of people. But then again, if we go long into the night, especially when we're imaging, then we all get to have breakfast together. Now, it's looking actually not too bad out there. There's a little bit of cloud coverage. I might go and pop my head out. Is there a way to keep dew point from condensing on optics without mirage problems, like preheat equipment before sky exposure? The best way that you can try to mitigate mitigating any dew accumulating is to either have a dew shield, which obviously extends a lot farther away from the optical tube assembly, especially if you're using like a refractor or a Schmidt Cassegrain, but also using dew bands, using the dew heaters, and keeping those mirrors warm above well above the dew point, so they're not going to start condensing. Preheating equipment before the exposure. You want to try to keep most of the telescope as cool as possible to avoid any changes that's going to happen as the temperatures cool. If the The dew heaters are kind of keeping things at a constant temperature. That's not so bad. It's when things really start to fluctuate that you have the chances of the focus shifting some scopes dramatically throughout the night, which is why having autofocus is a benefit. And we haven't really experienced that greatly, but I think adding an autofocuser onto the kit is something that we do want to do. Breakfast stream sounds great. Must do sometime. A little bit of bacon and eggs, a couple hash browns in the morning. Would be great. So we do have a dew heater system in place. I am using the Pegasus Astro Power Box, which powers our telescope mount. Let's get that. No, it's not the one. Do autofocus. We would we'd definitely like to get some autofocus sorted out here. Yes, ooh, yeah, hash browns, but the hash browns all like have to have onion already kind of baked into them as well. You get that nice kind of greasy spoon cafe taste to them. What's up, Third Rock? How you doing? What do we got? Have we some increased activity now? Not a great deal at the moment, eh? Problem is for us, we have... actually, the skies might be clearing a little bit. The only thing is I was wondering how if I could get the camera up there so I could still get things going, but also keep talking to everybody. Let's see. Because, yeah, I was hoping that we would also... I do have a camera up there that I would be taking some pictures as well to see any possibility of the aurora down here. But that's what I might do. I might take a quick little break, a quick little peek out there just to see what we'll do, and then maybe we do take a little bit of a pause and get the telescope set up if the skies are looking favorable. We shall see, because the only other problem is that certain forecasts are not looking in our favor, especially with the College of DuPage, where it's this area here that there's still a great deal of cloud coverage. You got rain on the way, so let others in the north enjoy. Like we had, like every other app for me was saying clear skies, and then this one seems to, this forecast seems to be relatively accurate, which is annoying because every other forecast is saying that no, you got clear skies. No, you're good. Oh, go get all hyped up. Get the telescope ready. I didn't even get the scope right. It's not even uncovered at the moment. But that is that's what the forecast says. And from 9 o'clock until now, it is it hasn't looked that great outside. Now I'm thinking it might be clearing up a little bit because there's very little light pollution that we're seeing out there. So if I can get the telescope sorted out, then we can switch to pardon me. That's this thing. Still doing a bit of a number. How they know, how Coca-Cola knows what starlight tastes like? Well, clearly they have some other inside information on the whole deal. All right, so what I'm going to do, yes, give me just a moment. I'm going to we'll BRB. I'll poke my head outside, and if it's going to be favorable, I'll come back down and grab a couple of cameras so that we can heads outside, comes back to color of a Smurf. Shh, grab the jacket. No, I love the cold. It's a good cold. All right, give me a couple of minutes. Let me take a look outside and see if we can switch up the theme here from clouds and sadness to stars and smiles. 2 minutes or so. Right. Sorry about that. It's looking not too bad out, actually. There's still some clouds that we can see, but it looks like it might be clearing up. Out to the west, it's still a little cloudy. But hello, everybody. Welcome back. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. And usually, what we like to do on this channel is take live images of outer space. However, the clouds, the forecast didn't seem to be on our side. Now, I did go there. I did take a quick picture, and let's see if I can bring that up on said drive here. If we got that. Don't know if we can. Can we see that a little bit? There is a little bit. We can still see some clouds, but we got some stars. Doesn't look like we're seeing any of the aurora, but it's a 10-second exposure with a Samsung Galaxy S8. You were merely adopted by the cold. I was born into it. Frozen by it. So also the sitting here with the lights in my eyes, it did take a while for my eyes to get dark adapted. So going out onto the deck in the dark was a little precarious. I didn't want to turn on any lights and like further ruin my eyes. There may or may not be a cat on the deck. I'm not sure. I think no, but I don't think anybody did follow me out. So the one thing that I will need to do is, if we're going to get things set up, or at least to do a little bit of imaging, and then we will we'll kind of pick a target to finish imaging for the rest of the night, which will be this target here, M106. Now, the other thing that might pop up is the possibility that we have to update the ASI Air, so that it may need a firmware update on the unit itself. So that might add some time, but also that we get to have a look at how we do some of the setup on the scope. How you doing, Hugh? Good to see you in here. What is the good word? Glad to have you in here tonight. Let's make sure that I got things updated. Because if I can start getting the ASI Air set up on the tablet, then we can do some updates that way. But the forecast might be turning in our favor. That would be all right. It was going a little sad before, but there is the possibility that we're going to get some clear skies. That little dome of light pollution that you can see down just down there, where the little flashing red light is, that is getting smaller and less visible in our camera. Just making sure that we have no, we have to update the ASI Air software on here. All right, that's the thing. When you have multiple devices, you need to update the ASI Air. Let's see how this goes. Hopefully we don't get too much interference. Let that do its thing, and then I will come back to we'll come back to that one. There is an update for the ASI Air where it has the Sky Atlas built in. So while we were using Stellarium to kind of illustrate certain our objects that we want to check out, we're able to we'll be able to use this within the ASI Air, and that works out well, so you don't have to go flipping back and forth between different apps to check out where in the sky you might be able to see whatever target you're going to be looking for. So right now, because we are entering galaxy season, this right here, this band of the Milky Way is out toward the west, is pretty much the only largely populated nebulous patch that we have available. And because we're in galaxy season, is at this point we are looking out into interstellar space for most of our viewpoint. Whereas during the winter months, we do have more of the band of the Milky Way hovering what is our overhead. So that when we have, we're looking towards galaxies, there are tons of targets out there, and some amazing targets that we have yet to really do a deep dive on, as it were, and checking out some new galaxies that we haven't spent a lot of time on. There is the Coma cluster of galaxies, where we're going to have more galaxies in this little portion of the night sky than we will see stars. So that is a project for the future, as well as always the Needle Galaxy. Looking at this one, edge on, which is about 56 million light years away, and it fits really nice in our field of view. But if we were to take off our reducer, then it fills up even more of the galaxy. We can resolve more details in this target if we start shooting at the native focal length of the telescope, which is something that I want to try out if we can get some more reliable amounts of clear skies available to us. Then at least that way we can do a little bit more experimenting with our setup, and just trying to be able to refine what we want to do. I want to be able to check out if we are able to better collimate our telescope as well, which can be an issue with which why I think images look a little softer than usual with the telescope. That being with the whole thing being sent across the ocean. Why can't... That's going to be a bit of an issue. All right, just a very, very quick, not even really an image edit on here. Just want to be able to... just get a better look at what our sky conditions are like. As I said, there were some clouds that we could see. This is a 10-second exposure on with cell phone. Just brightening things up. We're not doing any editing on this one, really. It is just to see how much cloud coverage we had a few minutes ago. Not too bad. I'll say even that is still probably going to be, if we're going to try to do any imaging, that would still be too much cloud coverage. But it looks like it might be improving. I say that, but I can still see, if I can still see the silhouettes of the trees, then that seems to indicate that there's still cloud coverage. I can still see clouds rolling through. So I'm not going to be too fussed right now, unfortunately, to get the telescope out and imaging at the moment, because it's probably just going to be met with more clouds, more lost stars, more frustration with everything. I'm just going to restart the tablet, see if that might help with our with fixing up getting the ASIR installed on here, because the other camera I have available that we could bring up remotely is the only other camera that I have for running the ASIR. Get that updated. So we'll see how that goes for the moment. But until then, there are some other little tidbits of news while we are waiting for clouds to get the heck out of our way. And one of the really cool news stories that had come up was Hubble detecting an individual star from when the universe was less than 1 billion years old. And again, from a deep field Hubble image. A star that sounds as if it came from Lord of the Rings now marks one of the Hubble telescope's farthest frontiers. The fuzzy point of light known as Arendelle has been dated to a mere 900 million years after the Big Bang and appears to represent the farthest out individual star seen to date. Now, usually once you're looking at the greater distances, pretty much only galaxies are going to be prominent, and especially when the observations are kind of set to a certain brightness level, certain like smaller galaxies, dim areas might be cut off. Based on its redshift value of 6.2, Arendelle's light has taken 12.9 billion years to reach Earth. Astronomers report in this week's issue of the journal Nature that distance mark outshines Hubble's previous record holder for a single star, registered of a redshift of 1.5, and is thought to have existed when the universe was 4 billion years old. The newly reported record comes with caveats. First of all, we're talking here about a single star rather than star clusters or galaxies. Hubble has seen agglomerations of stars that go back farther in time. Normally at these distances, entire galaxies look like small smudges, with the light from millions of stars blending together. Lead author Brian Welch, an astronomer at the Johns Hopkins University, said in a news release today. The galaxy hosting this star has been magnified and distorted by gravitational lensing into a long crescent that we named Sunrise Arc. A close look at the arc turned up several bright spots, but the characteristics of the light coming from Arendelle pointed to a high redshift, which translate into extreme distance. The higher the redshift, the faster the source of light is receding from us in an ever more quickly expanding universe. So that was a very cool tidbit of information, and also that hopefully this might even shift a bit of the priorities for James Webb to look in this direction and see if Webb's cameras can catch a little more information from this star. And especially because Webb is looking in the infrared light and near infrared, that it's going to have and its aperture is much larger than Hubble Space Telescope. So hopefully this is going to be a good candidate to kind of team both of them up, where you're going to get these color images from Hubble, and that you're also going to be getting more information from Webb. So this image of the sun is an incredibly high-resolution image. Solar Orbiter's latest images shows the sun in full, unprecedented detail. They were taken on the 7th of March when the spacecraft was crossing directly between Earth and the sun. One of the images taken by the Extreme Ultraviolet Imager is the highest resolution image of the sun's full disk and outer atmosphere of the corona ever taken. Another image taken by the Spectral Imaging of the Coronal Environment SPICE instrument represents the first full sun image of its kind in 50 years, and by far the best one, taken at the Lyman beta wavelength of the ultraviolet light that is emitted by hydrogen gas. The images that were taken on the solar orbiters with the solar orbiter was at a distance of roughly 75 million kilometers, halfway between our world and its parent star. The high-resolution telescope of the EUI takes pictures in such high spatial resolution that, at that close distance, a mosaic of 25 individual images is needed to cover the entire sun. Taken one after the other, the full image was captured over a period of more than 4 hours, because each tile takes about 10 minutes, including the time for the spacecraft to point from one segment to the next. In total, the final image contains more than 83 million pixels in a 9148 by 9112 pixel grid. For comparison, this image has a resolution that is 10 times better than what a 4K TV screen can display. So again, you can, I'll drop that link here for from ESA. Before you can check out, you can zoom in. That level of detail in the sun is amazing. It looks a lot better than the pictures you took of the sun. I mean, it's all right. I mean, I'm not going to say it could be, but it probably is. No. Like here, like that is ridiculous. And there's us to scale. Like we barely even register as a blip. And some of the details here are absolutely incredible. Like the arcing plumes of plasma around these around the sunspots. Watching, like when you see other videos of the video of the sun and the movement, and just the way how the sun moves is amazing. It's enchanting even. And then just to get this kind of detail of our star. You know, when you peek up at the sun from Earth, and it's just this white disk in the sky. But then being able to see it in all, although it seems like it's a bit of a derpy face on here, but still, it is amazing to see the movement and just how high these arcs of plasma actually are. You know, we don't really get that 3D view of how tall some of these prominences can be until they're right along the edge, so we can see them. But again, the material falling back onto the sun, that is another, to see its own gravity in action and pulling that material back onto its surface. It's amazing to see this detail. So like so crisp on here as well. Again, so yeah, you can see the height of some of these solar flares that are popping off. You know, you look at something like this, you can't really get the depth of it, but you know, they're sitting hundreds of thousands of kilometers above the surface of the sun. And this is another reason why I want to get into solar imaging, so we can possibly see some of these live. Now we're not going to get detail like this. However, like, I mean, that looks like, look at the individual striations in here, the individual plasma arcs that are coming off the sun. Like that kind of detail. Obviously, you're only going to be getting off world and taking some of these images, but that is absolutely incredible. So tons of awesome news that has come out. This is from what you can do with a ground-based telescope to see the astronauts doing a spacewalk is amazing. So this image of the International Space Station pass was taken on March 23rd under good seeing conditions through my C11 Edge HD telescope from the hometown of the ESA astronaut Dr. Matthias Maurer. Voltmer said at the spaceweather.com. Is from Sebastian Voltmer. I feel like I made just a once-in-a-lifetime image. It's probably the first ground-based picture showing two spacewalkers on the ISS at the same time. And that is that's incredible to be able to see, to be able to get the images of the astronauts doing the spacewalk on there. And you know, we talk about this like certain targets, we're not going to see them with ground-based telescopes. You know, like finding seeing the landing sites of the Apollo missions on the moon. Ground-based telescopes are not going to be able to resolve that. But the fact that the International Space Station is only a few hundred kilometers above the Earth. It's not orbiting that far away. So using telescopes that are designed to capture wide field views of outer space and using it for an object that's only a few hundred kilometers away and getting this amount of detail, like this is a tremendous image from a ground-based telescope. And one thing I've noticed that I'm thinking back to an alert that didn't pop earlier. Usually it'll happen. I haven't seen it pop up at all, unless it happened while I was away checking out outside. All right, let's see if we got if we can get this updated on here. Let me get that fixed up. And update the ASI air, please, because maybe we can pop outside.
40 feet down, 2.5.
I think your local telescope shop mathed it out once, and it was like 96 kilometers wide. A 96 kilometer wide scope to view the lunar lander from Earth. Well, that's only slightly overdoing it. But again, to see something like using a C11 Edge HD. What's up, Josh? How you doing? What's a local telescope shop? I know, right? I want to open up my own. I want to open up my own telescope shop, and not just for the fact of playing with all the toys in there, but just to have another location available. I mean, how hard is it to run a shop? Now, why can't the ASI Air update on here? I wonder if I need to do a system update on this at all. Because it didn't want to update the ASI Air, and I kind of need this one if I'm going to film, if I'm going to have the camera outside. That is usually my image. It's my shoulder camera. It's that one, but also runs the ASI Air when I'm getting things set up. You're a lucky guy. You got a telescope shop 30 miles from your house. That is good and very dangerous. There was a church. There was a church for sale down the road from me. You wanted to buy it and turn it into an observatory. Do it. Do it. There was a prison that was for sale, an old prison locally that ended up going for a song. And hindsight, yeah, we should have bought a prison. How cool would that be? I had to uninstall ASI Air and reinstall it to get the firmware update. Really? All right, maybe that's what I got to do on here. Now, yeah, it updated fine on my phone. I wonder if it is something to do with the tablet. Let's see if we can. If I uninstall it, I don't have to sign back in or anything, do I? Well, let's give it a go. Do you want to uninstall this app? Yes. Yes, I do. There's a church near you for sale, but it's already a rock climbing gym. To use telescope, you must climb the wall. I mean, it's if you want to do a lot of observing, you're gonna get jacked. The app update itself was fine, but updating the firmware wasn't working. All right, well, let's see if we can get this. Get this fixed up on here. So we'll download that. Download that again. Pardon me. See if that's going to. If that's going to work for us. Hopefully so. Well, that is updating. Now we do have. I stated this earlier on the Discord that we have updated one of our stretch goals for the month, which is pretty much going till the end of the month now, and that is in an attempt to get this added, the lunar research base, part of the NASA's Artemis mission. These sets based off of that whole mission from NASA, where we hit a couple of goals. We'll do some other events leading up to the possible end of this one. That one goes until the 26th. This goal up here is up until the 17th. Is up till the end of the Lazy Sender Lego stream on the 17th of April. That's what we'll be possibly, actually not possibly, if we hit that goal immediately following the well, that one changing its number, just immediately shaving the head. The donation to the Canadian Cancer Society, that will come when that payout comes out. But that is the sub goal that has been for the month stretch from when we came back on the 13th of March up until that point. You got your Heart Nebula shirt. I love it. Putting the outline really helps it not look like a phallus. There have been many images. Well, glad you enjoy it. It is. I like the. It was like there was no other choice but to use that nebula for the heart emote. Like, so many people have awesome variations of the heart emotes on Twitch, and yeah, really cool to. Really good to try to make something different, and also that doesn't look like a giant penis. So good to have that working out for us in our favor. So the what do the skies look like right now? Those see, we can see where that red flashing light is. That's one of the cell phone towers way off in the distance. We can see a little bit of light pollution just reflecting off the clouds. Seeing that, and I can see a little bit of cloud coverage out here. The image that I did take when I went outside to do to check on the clouds, this is what we saw. We have some low clouds rolling through. I mean, it looks like decent seeing up above. But unfortunately, this is it's becoming a bit of an issue where we wanted to do some imaging tonight, but it isn't happening quite yet. However, at the conclusion of the stream, if the skies are looking more favorable for us, then I will just do some imaging, grab some more time on M106. If not, I have a number of hours on this target where tomorrow night we will do a process on this one in PixInsight, whether or not it's going to work. Well, I mean, it'll work, but whether or not I'm going to get anything decent out of it. Has anyone had any success with the ASI Air Plus staying connected for station mode? Well, what I've connected the ASI Air through the network, and it's hardwired, the Ethernet cable from the device into the office, and that has worked out for me. I haven't used the ASI Air Plus as a true Wi-Fi device, so I don't know if it might be have worked out, but that seems to be installed. I mean, we'll open it up, but yes, allow. All right, that seems to be working now. Decompressing data. It will take several minutes. All right, well, we'll come back. We'll come back to you in a moment. So yeah, I've connected it through the, just hardwired it in because it was easier to use BlueStacks. So within BlueStacks, I just have the ASI Air app in here. And then I can just use it just like a regular tablet because it's just connected with the IP address. But yeah, as far as using it as through station mode, I haven't tried that yet. It's been too often where I'm thinking, you know what, let's just image in the office. It's nice and warm. All right. Okay, I'm at least onto this page, which is fine. The ASIR Plus isn't powered up yet, but at least we got to this screen. That wasn't happening before, so at least we got that working for us. So we'll check that out in a bit. Yes, if I'm going to go back outside and do another sky quality check, I will have to rely on the camera because the lights are too bright. My eyes are not going to be dark sky adapted quick enough to be able to discern any of the stars immediately. Now, usually I can because if I'm working on the computer, I don't have like the lights aren't on like this. I basically have them off. And that's the lighting I have when I work in the office. Or maybe I'll go like this, make it a little dim. Nothing too fancy. Maybe we turn off the rim light. And this is about as dark as I work in the office. So if I'm going outside, it's not a great difference. Or perhaps we'll just leave the lights on red. But usually we have our office about this bright, and going outside to check on the sky isn't the best. You need to contact your city to deal with all the light trespass from your street lights. No more upward light, but still too much side light. And I don't know if there's like there's shields that should be installed on these, and I know that depending on how, I guess maybe city councilors' opinions are on lights, thinking that, oh no, it needs to be nice and bright so that you can so we can prevent any crime. And really, there hasn't been a great deal of correlation between bright lights and crime. Or Dr. Derp can sell you a BB gun. Problem solved. So my only source of light pollution is off to the north. Sky Safari's doing this again. Sky Safari does this. It'll hang on this 14 data files downloading, and nothing ever happens. Why it wants to do that, I don't know. It never downloads these files. All they did last time was put little note card sized plate on one in front of your house. It barely helps. I mean, there is so many different forms of light pollution that is causing grief for everyone. And we talked about light pollution before. Actually, we talk about it all the time. And I think people mistake a brighter city for convenience, and that I don't want to walk around in the dark. It's more than just you not wanting to walk around in the dark. It is being able to preserve any natural habitats for animals, not impeding or mucking up with anybody's circadian rhythms. It's more than just the convenience of light. And how many places have upgraded to LEDs, claiming that you're going to improve the power consumption, and then it just makes the skies that much worse. You don't condone vandalizing property, but the guys who installed the lights also suggested using a BB gun. See, but then you do that, and then you got to clean up a whole bunch of glass, and it's just it becomes a pain. What if you can get a laser and point it at the photo cell, maybe get it to turn off for a while? But again, you're still taking that effort to go out there and muck about with the lights. The lights are there to light trail across the street from your house, but you literally can't see on night walks because the lights are so damn bright. It's just you find yourself kind of going like this a little bit, and because of everything else, we can't get that high dynamic range like cameras can do. You gotta block out the light. Yeah, even laser photos. Yeah, you just fry it. Oh, sorry, it doesn't work anymore. When they replaced a great deal of the the lamps in my old town back in England, it was a ridiculously stark difference. Like, we had the low, like the sodium vapor lamps. They were the nice soft orange. And then they switched to the LEDs, and it was ridiculously bright. The only saving grace was that they would turn off the lights from midnight until 5 a.m. I think more towns should adopt that. I know like cities most likely are not going to try to adopt anything like that, but it's important to try to cut as much light pollution as possible. Mink Customs Chris, welcome. Thank you so much for the follow. How you doing today? I am mostly bringing this stuff up because you're shooting from your front yard tonight, and that's another issue. Is that we can't always choose where is going to be the best place to image from. Doing good, sir, and you? I'm doing well. I'm doing fairly well. I would be doing much better if we would have the telescope imaging tonight, but we got cloud coverage. We have that was a 10-second shot. Nothing that is looking too favorable. M&M2? How's it going? Fun fact, most beachside cities where there are turtles' nests have rules about turning off lights. Well, M, thank you so much for the follow. But also, yes, that's the other thing we were talking with the light pollution, is that it mucks around with animals and their the natural way of how they would navigate in the dark. That they think it's still daylight, so everything gets so many things get mucked up with light pollution. And when it's cloudy, we can see. Well, obviously, we get inundated with a little more light pollution in the area. Usually, we have very little light pollution. And what also bums me out is the fact that it's a new moon tonight. There is nothing of our nearest satellite that is going to be impeding our skies, where there is the possibility of seeing some of the Aurora Borealis. But this cloud coverage is ridiculous. It's just annoying. They just installed about 50 within a quarter miles, and now your northern skies are brighter. You're getting angry. And it's not even just for, okay, yes, we can cut out a great deal of light pollution if we use monochrome cameras. We want to be all in the monochrome gang. But different budgets for astrophotography. If you start using filters to cut out light pollution for visual astronomy, it gets very difficult to see certain targets because there's only so much light that is passing through the filter into your eyes, and our meat cameras aren't as efficient as regular cameras, so we can't expose for seconds at a time. I mean, if we could, that'd be great. If we could adjust our light gathering capabilities, then that could help out a little bit. But light pollution is all around us, and it is stealing the night sky away from people, which is what we love, and we love to share with everybody in different ways. Many people like to show images of planets. Some like to look at the moon. Some will show galaxies. I try to do a bit of a mixed bag and show people something that you may not have regularly been able to see before. There is luminance red, green, and blue, but it also still shows light pollution. And yeah, unless we have a deep cycle marine battery, being able to drive out to remote areas, and even then you're still kind of dealing with a little bit of the tiny bit of sky glow or the zodiacal light or anything like towns far off. You know, you got to really go out of your way to get away from light pollution, and that's getting harder and harder. You look at light pollution maps, anywhere in Europe, in the UK, there isn't even a handful of places you could go where light pollution is at such a low level that you can really enjoy the night sky. And for the most part, a lot of people you're living in a city, and that's where all the good internet is. You know, imagine moving out to rural Ontario and then having internet that was 5 megabits down and 1 megabit up. Imagine that. But this is the trade-off. Like for what we have now for internet, it works out really well. The other day we had some incredibly high winds. Actually, it was yesterday. We were getting like we had 90 kilometer an hour winds with I think some places were registering 110 kilometer, 120 kilometer wind gusts, like ridiculously high winds, and it was interfering with the internet as well. I noticed that our speeds did dwindle because it couldn't. The tower wouldn't stay on target, so it would wobble a bit, and I would lose speed. So I guess in a way, having a stream yesterday not having a stream yesterday wasn't too bad. So, yeah, we were able to, but I wasn't at the detriment of the internet. I assume you have a dish that connects to a tower for the internet. Yes. DGAG. We do have, it is satellite internet. So it's in our area, it is probably the fastest satellite rural internet that we can get. Fiber internet is a ways off for us right now. Starlink, I have a deposit down, but it has been well over a year and a half since I put that deposit, and there is no solid sign of that showing up. Although for everything we have now, I think it's probably better to get that deposit back and put it toward anything else. Does it connect to a tower or a satellite? It connects to another tower, but we have our dish is pointed towards another tower out there. But fiber is like 5 to 7 years off from our area, and that's probably being generous. So when I talked to the people who installed our tower, and I said, "Well, do you have a rough idea of who's in charge of getting fiber into this area?" And the guy is like, "I am." So I talked to the man in charge, and he said it is just because, well, he's also quoting supply chain issues and just budgets and the demand for the area, because we have like 2 people on our street, and if they're going to be spending millions of dollars adding the fiber optic cables for the internet infrastructure, how much of a return will they get from us? Depending on the type, you might be able to adjust it yourself. You work on this type of system. Really? Well, you know, it's all... I'm not climbing up 80 feet to do any adjustments. It's back in whack. We are everything is working fine. It was just during that the high winds yesterday, we could see the tower kind of wobbling just enough. That's like, yeah, it's not catching the signal. But for the most part, things work out all right. Sadly, fiber in rural North America is going to be the last. I mean, it's just why any kind of decent internet in the way how our world has turned and how we're more reliant on utilizing the internet for communications and just beyond looking for cute cat memes. You know, there's so much more on the internet that we're doing right now. Things like this, things like sharing, like even just Netflix or like entertainment, business, everything. It's so much online now that why something like this was so difficult to get. Also, how much I had to try to get this together. Working from home, exactly. And if I was to think, oh no, we'll wait for Starlink. It says it's going to be here, like in the first month or so when we moved in. It should have been in our area. If we had waited for that, then I still would have been without internet. Like even now, there is some of the larger companies are doing wireless internet, or doing LTE internet. You're getting it from the cell phone towers. But again, depending on where you're located, you might need a taller tower, or you might not have a clear line of sight to any of the towers. So that's frustrating as well. And yeah, working from home, it is because that's become like ridiculously more important as well. USPS exists to ensure a good postal service anywhere in the U.S. for everyone. Similarly, there should now be a U.S. fiber internet service for the same reason. I agree. It's there also has to be a more cost-effective way to get reliable internet to people. The fact of what we had before, like when the people who previously owned this place, it really was 5 megabits down and 1 up. And we had that service for about a month, and I wanted to rip my beard off. A few weeks ago, I did an internet link that was 15 miles from a tower. It was kind of cool. Ooh, really? How was the signal for that? I mean, we're not too far away from our tower, which was good because they could get us the speeds that were projected and essentially promised. So I'm like, listen, you guys promised this speed. But yeah, definitely not 15 miles away from ours. How accurate does the pointing need to be for something like that? Or does it just, or would you just have like a larger dish? It was a business that got 50 up and down. Ooh. Right now, what do we sit at about, I get between 10 to 15 up, which works out well for what we're doing. Pointing depends, like 1 degree or closer. That's not too bad. I know ours is a little throttled because I know it is because when they did the first test, they were getting to 80 to 90 down, and it's like, oh, we can do that. And he's like, no, we do have to service other. There are other people on the service, so they do regulate how much you can get out there. But like I said, for the most part, things are working out. Very minimal cutoff. Only like during like heavy winds, I've had an issue, or if like. As long as birds don't want to live permanently on here. You know, as long as I have my birds somewhere. Where'd it go? Pardon me. There we go. less of this. Depending on the ISP, you might be able to do a point-to-point to the tower, but it's costly. So we are, like I said, we're getting like the best possible signal that we can from this company as well. We can still add we can still get like another 5 feet extended on this tower. So if trees start to get in the way, that was another issue, is that we have very, very tall trees on our property. So when the weather is actually clear, this is my backyard, and these trees, they're about like maybe 50, 60 feet tall. I'm not sure with that type of radio system. I mean, it's like the last bit of, I guess, the last bit of tech that we can use before having to wait for fiber to be installed in the area. But for the most part, I wouldn't trade, another 100 megabits down or up for the amount of clear sky that we have here. It has allowed us to look at some very, very interesting areas of outer space, even to the point of taking images with a cell phone and actually getting like not a bad image. It's like, I count myself incredibly fortunate where we're living and being able to have this amount of clear sky, of less light polluted skies.
Potatoes.
Then that's what we want to do. If it works, it works. Exactly. Yummy Yums, how you doing? Good evening to you. Welcome in. Good to see you tonight. We have been we've been really trying to wait out these clouds. Not a favorable sight. Overall, doing well. It has been it's been a good night so far, aside from this cruel April Fool's joke that Mother Nature played on us, where I was really hoping to. This was what the forecast was promised, and I think I probably jinxed everything by streaming on April Fool's. Proclaiming that we're going to have some clear skies, and then it all goes to pot. We had snow this morning and a fair bit of cloud coverage, and a few other forecasts were saying clear, not bad. Now my forecast is currently mostly cloudy. And let's see, do we have any change? It's saying possibly from midnight, from 12, 1, 2 in the morning, for possibly some clear skies. It's very difficult to say on that. Snowing in Quebec province. Now I know that Ottawa can get a fair dumping of snow. How does your area fare for snow? Do you kind of catch some of that heavier snowfall that lands in Ottawa? Like this winter has been like the greatest amount of snow that I have ever encountered in quite a while. Mainly living in the UK for a number of years, but still, it was this amount of snow. As a kid, it would be fantastic. Well, even as an adult, it's pretty fantastic as well. Walking out in snow that's up to my waist in some areas around here, I was like, that's a of snow. You get snow from the mountains of New Hampshire. Okay, so you do get a fair amount of snow out there. there have been times like we have had. I think the most of the snow has come from we get like a lot of snow squalls that happen out here, and some of them just kind of it's like all of a sudden here's some snow for you. Here's like 10 centimeters. Hope you enjoy it. I live close to Chicago. It's not a real bad winter for snow this year. Chicago gets it bad sometimes, don't they? I know Boston had it bad. We got a couple of friends out there, and they were dealing with many feet of snow, many feet, many foots, many farts of snow. Quite a while this year. So I guess it's been a very interesting winter. But I think a lot of people are happy to see the back end of this season. Get into spring, let all that frozen dog poo thaw out, get cleaned up, get things ready for summertime. Enjoy the hopefully nice weather. I am also hoping that we're going to get some more reliably clear skies, and hopefully storms aren't going to play that much of an issue. Now, I am mildly concerned about the weather in some aspects for the high wind that can come around, and the fact that there have been frequently more tornado warnings around central Ontario in the past few years, that I need to get something in place where I can I would definitely want to be bringing the telescope in during those times, because like if there's going to be like a microburst that's going to occur and we get any damaging winds, the telescope tips over, like that's it for a while for us. So need to be cautious of that, or at least have get an enclosure for the telescope to keep it as safe as we can. Same in the southeast of Quebec. It was not so bad this winter. So I guess it kind of ends up being, regionally. I know, well, there was in southern Ontario, around Toronto, when they had like that dumping of 50 centimeters as well during that, or was it more than that? It was like a boatload of snow. Again, it's trying to navigate the weather as best as possible. And hopefully we can, at least for astrophotography, being able to get some decent weather. This spring has been real bad for rain. I mean, so far we've had, we got up to, what was it, for like up to 16 degrees Celsius a while back, and then we dropped down to like minus 20, 21 Celsius. Like this has been, it's like, it's spring, it's not spring, it's winter, it's, who knows what day it is. Like there are times I was out without a jacket during the early afternoon, and then popping out in the evening, it's like, actually need to put on a coat. It's kind of cool out. So we've gone from spring to winter, back to spring to like full blown winter. And right now it's chilly out right now. What the weather is going to be like for the next week, it is like, I can't really believe what the forecast is saying, because obviously we want the green. We want to have some clear skies for imaging. But it has changed drastically, like every day. Like Sunday was originally going to be a very, very clear night. So we figured we would have our Lego stream in the morning, have a definite cutoff time for 1 p.m., get ready for the stream in the evening, do some imaging, but that may not be the case. And just the fact that I have this clear forecast, and outside is mostly cloudy. So this forecast here tends to be like the final say of what I can expect the weather to be. And this area is what we're concerned about. And the fact that it doesn't, we can see it's clear. You get a little bit of clear skies out in Michigan, but it's this area in central Ontario. Dr. Derp, no aurora for you either. like I said at the beginning of the stream, need to change the introduction. Need to change my name. Need to become the meteorological Canuck. Need to become fans of clouds. Just wanted to look at all sorts of different cloud formations. And then maybe we're just inundated with clear skies. Trick Mother Nature. You can see your house from here. Hello, Dr. Derp. But I like this page, the College of DuPage. This satellite image has been fairly reliable. As much as I don't like it, this one has, the forecast has been fairly on the nose, and the fact that our area here is all covered in cloud. And then I know where we have other friends of astrophotography in other areas around northeastern United States and in southwestern Ontario. I see that they have clear skies, so I can only hope that friends out there are going to be doing some imaging, and then we can check out what they have seen, shared on their Twitter, their Instagram, and just enjoying the night sky, because that's what I like to do. That's what I love to do, and share interesting images of outer space with people. Unfortunately, that has not been the case for tonight. What we have done, however, we have tasted starlight. We have ingested this stuff, which, as best I can say, tastes like a raspberry cookie. Now, what's the other? I said Jammy Dodger, and some people who are in North America weren't familiar with the cookie. What is the other one here? Why I can't remember the darn name of that cookie. See, now I refer to it as a Jammy Dodger, but using the UK one. Sugar-free? Ew. I gotta say, although for it being zero sugar, it doesn't leave a terrible taste in the mouth, but it tastes like one of these cookies. You know, you get the buttery kind of biscuit with the. You also, but more in North America, I guess we have the raspberry with a bit of sugar on top. I mean, I wouldn't buy it as a regular drink. It's not a horrible taste, but it's it really feels like I'm drinking like a fizzy cookie. And for the sake of the stream, we'll like I can't even. It wouldn't even be like cream soda. But when the ingredients, when first ingredient carbonated water, great, but concentrate of carrot and black currant. That's what it kind of tastes like. Why I can't recall the name of the North American company for the life of me. Not Clubhouse. It's not a thing. The brand. What's the brand of the cookies? Oh, wait. These ones. These cookies. That's what it tastes like. That's more of the North American version. With that little bit of sugar. You get it in the tins, the biscuit tins. Is it Keebler? I mean, it would be Keebler in the US. I remember the first time I visited Florida. When I was I can't remember how old I was. I was fairly young, but I knew I wanted to try any kind of Keebler cookie. because I would watch the Saturday morning cartoons and they would be largely inundated with American commercials. So the Keebler cookies was something I really wanted to try. Your daughter is selling Girl Scout cookies, and you can order online for delivery. Can you plug that here? You know what, Josh? I would say you have better luck in the Discord. I would say if anybody wants some cookies. Yeah, like that tin of cookies that ended up just being sewing supplies. Yeah, no, it's yeah, in Discord. Yeah, general chat will be fine. You have my okay for that one. Entenmann's is another popular US brand. Yeah, it's been why what is the it's not Dr. Utker. Anyway, but at least that was the cookie. No, was it Nabisco? No. Holy Potatoes. What is the name of the cookie company? Like the only cookies I really have bought are like the pirate cookies, the peanut butter. Is it Mr. Christie? Ooh, it might be. Yes, yes, there we go. Yeah, we go. It is Mr. Christie, the Peak Friends creme de fruit. Obviously, it's the French packaging, but still, that's the Peak Friends original fruit cream biscuits. There we go. As soon as you said, as soon as you said Chips Ahoy, I remembered it is Christie. We got there. We did it. Small victories. So that's what if you've had these cookies, that's the closest approximation that I can say that the Coca-Cola Starlight tastes like. One thing I haven't had in ages is our Nilla wafers. You get those called strawberry squirrels. Strawberry swirls look identical. And there's like the Jammy Dodger in the UK. That version just didn't have that little bit of sugar on there. Or you would get like just talking about a little earlier with the cookies that you would get at grandma's in that blue tin. Sometimes would have these in there. Or just all the other sugary, buttery shortbread cookies that tasted okay, but it just, for some reason, it was like, that's not quite the right kind of cookie. Like you're either opening up a container of disappointment, or you were going to open up a container that was like, cool cookies. Still not celebrated enough. Yeah, but these cookies here, you get me a box of these, and essentially I will do thy bidding. But they have changed their recipe. They've changed the cookie recipe. It doesn't quite taste the same. That or taste buds don't work right. Which it could be a bit of column A, a bit of column B. Your sister owns a bakery. What do you want? The world. I am a, no, it is, I'm a sucker for peanut butter. Peanut butter cookies in some way, shape, or form. But living in the UK for so long, they didn't have these types of, they didn't have the pirate cookies. And then one year, Mrs. Canuck had gone back to Canada for a trip. I stayed back in the UK. She brought back a couple of boxes of these, and I rationed these cookies for months. Like, it was a very carefully planned snack of the pirate cookies. Unpopular opinions, your favorite is a soft oatmeal raisin. I don't know. I used to be adverse to oatmeal raisin cookies. Actually, in a second here. Yummy Yums, have a good sleep. Thank you so much for joining us today. Glad to have you in here with us. Have a good sleep, and yes, we look forward to seeing you in on some future streams tomorrow night, doing some image processing. Actually, it's 12:01. Tonight, we'll be doing some image processing of M106. But the oatmeal raisin cookies posing as chocolate chip, that's an abomination. I have found myself gravitating toward the soft and chewy, delicious oatmeal raisin cookies. I have come to terms with raisins. Cold raisins in a cookie, knowing that they are raisins in the cookie, that's okay for me. Hot raisins in a cookie or in a muffin, no. Something about that. I just don't like the texture of the raisin at the time, or there's just a warming flavor of a raisin. It's like, no. Dad's no longer making the goodie rings. It's just the Dad's cookies in a cup of tea growing up. That was perfect. Then when they started making all these other flavors of the chocolate chips and everything like that, no. That's it. Just leave them alone as a oatmeal cookie. Crispy, crunchy oatmeal cookie, and that's it. If you want a chocolate chip, you want a chocolate chip. Exactly. Now, if you have a cookie recipe that calls for chocolate chips, but you make it without the chocolate chips, what would you call it? If you have a recipe for chocolate chip cookies, you leave out the chocolate chips, how do you say, here is a plate of... Pro tip: to make a nice soft cookie, use applesauce instead of butter. You're sad. Here's a plate of sad. Using applesauce instead of butter. I haven't tried that. I know there's like an image of, oh, dang, there is. I gotta find it. There is a real one, and then there's a meme of like putting different ingredients in the cookies. Like, one is melted butter, one is softened butter, one is like flour, one is like non-sifted flour. Chip-free cookies. You wouldn't say, here's a plate of chipless chocolate chip cookies, right? You would just say, here's a plate of cookies, or Dr. Derp, here's a plate of sad. So different ingredients. Is this the one? Yeah, like this thing. Things like this. But there was another one. All right, bottom line. Okay, these, I want a cookie like this. I want like a Nestlé Doluce cookie. Now, do you favor chewy or, oh, there you go. There's the Royal Dansk. Do you favor a chewy cookie or a crispy cookie? I say it almost depends on what type of cookie you're getting. You like chewy. I like chewy cookies as well. Although if it has like a nice little crispy outer edge sometimes, like sometimes maybe these cookies might have a little bit of a crunch on the outside, but then it's still a little chewy on the middle. But if you present me with one of these cookies, something like this, it has to be chewy. Like no freaking way am I gonna like bite through one of these. Crispy cookie is nice with milk. Chewy is the best. All right, good. We have people who like some chewy cookies. I just feel it's a crispy cookie. You don't get the. I don't think you get the flavor. You don't get the experience of the cookie to the mush around your mouth. And this is starting to sound a little gross. But a crunchy cookie, it's like forget it. Wasting saliva on this cookie to mush it up. Forget it. I want it nice to be already chewed like a vacation for your teeth. I used to work at an Archway cookie factory. Lots of extra cookies to eat. I had worked similarly at like an industrial bakery that had made like gingerbread houses and packed up chocolate there. That was a good summer. It's like, how could you walk into that place and it's like instant happiness in your nose. Similarly, toast dipped in milk, also good. What? I've never dipped toast in milk. Seriously? You're gonna make me dip my toast in milk, aren't you? Toasted sandwich dipped in an appropriate amount of soup. Soup, yes. Grilled cheese and tomato soup. Can't go wrong with that. Unless you're lactose intolerant. Then that could be a real bad day. Okay, I'm still seeing clouds. I really was hoping we would get some time with the clear skies. I used to dip cinnamon and sugar toast in your tea. Well, see, as soon as you start making it like a dessert kind of, that seems all right. Why in my head I'm picturing like a buttered piece of toast, and you're dipping it in the milk. Although you've already kind of spread a milk product on them. Maybe y'all are onto something, and I'm just being too close-minded about it. Put it in chocolate milk if you want. You just get some one bowl chewy double chocolate chip cookies. Oh boy. Too many. Okay. These ones don't look too happy. I don't know. Like those ones, it looks like you have to eat them like fresh out of the oven. But toasted tuna dipped into ramen or any other chicken style soup was a staple of yours growing up. Fair. I think I could see how that would work. I wouldn't have thought to try that, but still. Your wife thinks you're weird for it, but it's the best way to eat a sandwich. I'm pretty sure all of our wives think we're weird. We'll form a club. Don't worry. And vice versa. All of our partners think we're weird. Oh, look, it's me on a delay. Oh, Dr. Derp, I think you're weird. Oh, this freaking weather. Just when you think it's all sorted out. So there are a few items for astrophotography that I do want to get my hands on. And the issue with supplies are what is stopping us from getting certain parts of for upgrading our gear. Electronic automatic focuser would be beneficial for everything that we're doing on with our mounts in our imaging sessions. Even weirder if I tell you that I sometimes put salted peanuts in your soda. Is it just regular, like, would it be like regular Coca-Cola or regular Pepsi? Because the sweet and saltiness, I mean, I stick ghost pepper peanuts in my mouth. I'm not going to really pick on anybody for what they choose to do. Because you get the sweet and salty. There you go. Someone called the weirdo. Peanut and Coke is so awesome. I have not tried that. This is the extent of my intake of Coca-Cola that I've had in quite a while. So I don't think anything would taste good in this one. But how's it going, Gandalf? Good to see you in here tonight. I always do that on a flight. All right, interesting. Regular cola, a handful of peanuts. I don't think that would go over too well with ghost peppers. I don't think that the sweet and spicy would work out too well with this. At least I don't think. Now, would you just like take a swig of the Coke and chew the peanuts as they fall in? Or is it like a shot? Have I tried the neutralization? Improvised dynamics. Improvised dynamics. Hello. Welcome in. How you doing? Welcome. How are you doing tonight? Thank you so much for the raid. Josh, have I tried the blueberries? I have not tried that yet. We do have some blueberries, but we haven't had the opportunity to try that out. Yes, welcome in. How's it going? Night Liz, good evening. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you doing tonight? What were you up to? Oculi Loopy Umbra. Hello, howdy, howdy, how are you doing? Welcome in, Raiders. You worried about the supply issues too? You can't get the stuff you wish listed locally, but for how long? You can get a lot of stuff you wish listed locally, but for how long exactly? That's always a tough thing. Trying to get in items for our telescopes. It can be you got to be incredibly patient as of late. But welcome in, Raiders. How's everybody doing tonight? My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. Usually, we are taking live images of outer space. However, the weather is not cooperating with us at the moment. Our skies are not that reliably clear. we have some cloud coverage that would really make imaging a bit of a pain in the rear end tonight. So the skies are wonderfully clear. There is only low cloud coverage, but enough that it's going to really impact the opportunities to take some long exposures. The milk and bread thing reminds you of French toast, as you usually have milk and egg to dip it in. Well, see, that's the milk. That seems all right for the milk and the bread. Also, we have gotten wildly. I wouldn't even say it's off topic. We talk about food all the time. We have gone from cookies to now dipping toast and peanuts in our milk and Coca-Cola. Dump the peanuts in the soda and drink normally. Interesting. But yes, it's trying to find out some items that we would like to get for astrophotography imaging. And yeah, it'd be interesting to go back to a time when things are just readily available. I know ZWO had an issue with some of their shipments that had delays from lockdowns in Shanghai. So, and we'd use a great deal of these products as well. You're doing great, making more tech. Got prototyping cyber deck put together and found fixed a friend's electronic scale. Excellent. That's you kind of do a little bit of making, a little bit of tinkering and repairs. Well, thank you so much for choosing us to raid into tonight. Glad to see you in here. Electronic and mechanical hacking. Ooh. Excellent. What else do you get up to? What other things do you hack, as it were? So you used to get the peanuts on the plane and Coke, so you dump the peanuts in the Coke, and then you drink it, eating the peanuts as you get them, because they called in the weirdo. Some rocketry. Ooh, excellent. We are, I would like to be able to do something like that. Because, why not? I mean, we have the space in my backyard. We do have the opportunity wherever there we go. This is my backyard here in central Ontario. We're in a rural area of the province, which is beneficial for astrophotography because there is very little amounts of light pollution. So being able to launch a rocket, I don't know to what height or to what end, I think it would be something fun to do. So again, there's more plans for the summertime when the days are going to be much longer, even shorter nights. The benefit being, at least we still get some astronomical dark, where the sun is no longer impacting the brightness of the sky. So, being incredibly fortunate to live where we are, and we still haven't spent a full year in this house yet. So, still getting used to the rhythms of the place and figuring out what we can do with what we can do on the property. Eventually, opening things up to live star parties. But there's a fair deal of maintenance that we do need to do, because it was used to house cattle for a while with the previous owners. So yeah, there's a little bit of maintenance to do on the land. I think it should at least have it orbit the Earth a couple of times. Now that's a proper rocket. Build them all the time in KSP. We will be getting into Kerbal Space Program for our Tuesday streams, when we do kind of have some of the gaming sessions on here. But for the most part, what we do is we'll do live astrophotography whenever possible. Fridays are usually our Astronomy Chat, which start at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. At the moment, we started a little later, so we've kind of gone a little longer tonight. So that's why we're still on it in the early hours of Saturday morning. But again, Improvised Dynamics, I appreciate bringing your community in here. Always happy to meet new people and discover new friends here on Twitch, and seeing what other people like to do. what people like to share for their hobbies and their passions. KSP is too brainy for you. I feel that rocket science for me is like beyond my pay grade, but I enjoy it. So I would like to hope I can get by a little bit. Elite, aka Space Trucker Simulator. Elite has like that has been a that's been a wild ride as well. Called the Weirdo, Gandalf has arrived. And you see, it is the common achievement. So it is a regular, wonderful sight to see Gandalf. Yeah, Elite Dangerous is another game that we'll be getting back into as well. It has been too long since we've been away from it, but things have been in a little bit of flux lately. So getting onto a regular schedule is what we want to be able to do here. And yeah, just to have the times that the schedules are going to change is if we have the promise of clear skies, much like how tonight was hopefully changing in our favor. Unfortunately, it wasn't. Your producer loves Elite. What else do you produce? What else do you do there in Improvised Dynamics? But Elite is it's been a very fun game playing Elite. Yeah, definitely want to try out more of that. So we do like I said, we do take images of outer space. We will look at the moon. We'll take a look at when we aren't frustrated with the moon. We'll point the telescope at it and take a look at some of the more interesting areas. Take a look at the depths of some of the craters as the moon shifts in and out of phase. The lack of new content is disappointing, but it's still a solid game to be in, even with its glitches. You're sad your HOTAS has a drifty Z-axis lately. Gandalf! Thank you. Thank you very much to the gifted sub to Improvised Dynamics. Greatly appreciated. On to the spike of appreciation for you. Thank you so much for joining us. You get impaled once again. I used to build Estes model rockets when you were a kid. Backyard is perfect for launching those. I can't remember the name of the brand that my brother and I would launch model rockets. And we would also stick our G.I. Joe figures underneath the launch pad and see or we would tie them to the rocket and see where they would end up. I can't remember the name of them though. But yeah, launching rockets is, I think it'd be a fun thing to do. And trying different size models and see if we can even strap a camera on them as well. Maybe if we throw this cell phone on one of the rockets. I mean, it's already damaged. What more can we do to it? Pi camera would be perfect. It's tricky here in Colorado because the entire state is very flammable. Yeah, I'd imagine so. Although Colorado has, you get the elevation. You must have some wonderfully clear skies. And because you're at such a higher elevation, you can have even better sky conditions as well, where you get less atmospheric disturbance. When we take images of the moon, looking at a video, see, we have one of our videos, and you can see how wobbly the moon can be. You can see how not quite steady. There's a little bit of that, our atmosphere causes that. 300 days of sunshine a year. I think we need to move to Colorado. Moon twerk. Yeah, that's it right there. The Tycho crater. Dropping down low. So when you take like a video of the moon, obviously, or even just images of the moon, it's going to look like it's bubbling up. But when you can take video and then stack those images and take the good frames, then you're left with something that is a little more detailed, and a little more evenly displayed. Supposedly got some auroras in Colorado this week, according to the news. There have been that is the Tycho crater, or Tycho, depending on how you want to pronounce it. After the Dutch astronomer Tycho Brahe. But one of the most prominent craters that we can see, even from Earth. And that itself is about 93 miles across. So even as tiny as it looks on the moon, you can still fit like a city within this crater. So the auroras are meant to be fairly visible in some areas. This is what is the possibility down like the central to even the southern United States, most of Canada, over the course of the next 36 hours ish. But unfortunately, when we have the clouds rolling in, it's a little difficult. As long as we can see that little patch down there of light beside the blinking light, one of our nearest cities, there's still some cloud coverage. But it's a new moon, which is very frustrating. We didn't have any other form of light pollution that was going to be impeding our views. I think the crater is the garage door for where the crater is the garage door for where they park the flying saucers. Somebody's USB just unplugged. Which is why it's such an easy target to fly into. But we also like to spend some time on galaxies.
9 forward. 40 feet down, 2.5.
I did some lunar photos, calibrated them in Pix's site, and then tried to align and stack them in planetary system stacker, but PSS fails on calibrated frames. We have to go like the other way.
Tranquility, we copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue. We're breathing again. Thanks a lot.
So spending time on galaxies. Aculi Lupi Umbra, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome into the observatory. Glad to have you in with us today. For lunar, there's with auto stackered would be a good program to use for aligning everything, stacking as well. But then after that, you usually take it into another program, maybe even into Pixinsight or Photoshop. Auto Stacker doesn't work on Mac. What about Pip? Would that work? Should we speak of Thor's helmet? I love to sit on Thor's helmet. A nebulous target at the moment is away from our field of view, but would definitely want to spend a few hours on Thor's helmet for next season. I got to drop off for now, but wanted to be sure you can find and drop it again. No worries. Thank you, Umbra. Thank you so much for joining us today, and appreciate you coming in on the raid with improvised dynamics. Always love to see people supporting their the favorite streams that they like to hang out in. So, yeah, I know it's everybody's got a different schedule. You kind of you're in and out of different streams, but I appreciate it. Appreciate you dropping by. You shot Thor's helmet tonight, about 1.5 hours. That's not too bad. This is, we have, what is it, like maybe 40, probably no more than 40 minutes, not even an hour on this target. So there's time to be put in, and it's this bubble forming this outer envelope of a star shedding its outer layers. Again, similar to the Bubble Nebula, but the shape, I mean, it is like undeniably the Odin Sun's helmet. PIPP. Planetary Imaging Preprocessor. That one there. I think, yeah, Mac. Here, I'll drop that link in there. I think the nebula looks more like Atlas from Portal 2. I'm not too familiar with the Portal series. But yeah, check out, have a look at AstroPip and see if that might work for you as well. Hopefully, it'll allow you to move on to like the next stage of processing. In terms of moving on to the next, speaking of the next phase of processing, tomorrow night we are going to be doing more imaging, not more imaging, sorry. We're going to be doing image processing on M106. I have about, I want to say like 7 to 8 hours worth of data on this galaxy. This image is using about maybe 45 minutes total, maybe even a little less. So we can see a little bit of detail, a little bit of the darker dust lanes in the galaxy, tiny bit of the hydrogen alpha and those little pink and red areas of nebulosity. But adding, and this is just using the live stacking feature with the ASIR Plus. And there apparently has been some improvements as well, or the ASIR Plus, where it is better addressing these dark bars. I guess it'll kind of calibrate them out, or it'll just kind of shift the image a little bit to get rid of the areas as the scope is dithering for the images. But hopefully tomorrow we can get this image to a point where it's going to look a lot better than this, maybe. I think shooting imaging galaxies and getting rid of any light pollution or fixing up any of the dynamic background extrusion will be a little easier when you're shooting images away from nebulosity. Like if your whole image is just nebulae, it's kind of hard to say this is a dark area of space. But again, something I need to learn a little more about within PixInsight. But that is what we're going to be doing for tomorrow evening. Processing this galaxy. And whether or not it turns out well is... who knows? I mean, we're just starting with PixInsight. So I am definitely not going to be an expert at it. I will be bumbling through that program tomorrow evening. And we'll see how that is going to turn out. Old Neener, hello, how you doing? Good evening.
Every star will die, including our own sun.
Oh, hello there,
Eventually,
Jay.
all that will be left is a sparse soup of particles and radiation. Even the energy of that soup will be sapped away over time by the expansion of the universe, leaving everything just a fraction of a degree above absolute zero. But TGIF, am I right?
It's Saturday for me now. A wonderful message for the future from Twitch sensation Jay Tenko. It's been a while since we've seen Jay. He has given us some updates on his Discord, saying he's doing well. I know that you know what, everybody everybody has a different experience with Twitch. I count myself incredibly fortunate for the wonderful community that has been fostered, and the amazing people that have been joining us and hanging out with us, and the smart asses that come out. It's always great to have you in here. Still Friday for a few in the mountains. There you go. Then that's Improvised Dynamics. That one's for you. Oh, good. No more silly April Fool's jokes. Yeah, there was a few that I saw online. I was like, nah, there's no point for those. But there were some that were cleverly done and well handled. And what I thought was the possibility of an April Fool's joke, or at least for something like this, I was reticent to get really excited about it. But it is a genuine set, and we will be getting this one. I mean, I don't discriminate against any types of space-based sets. I mean, I have one of these. We'll build this one day. One day it'll be on the docket. 88 pieces for Mickey and Minnie Mouse's space rocket. How long will it take to build this one? Chances are, with my track record, we could probably go for hours with this. Are you doing great? How's the weather? It is... we don't talk about the weather. 25 Fahrenheit there, but clear. Doing some all-sky viewing for a bit tonight. Any chances of catching the aurora? Neither. We have... our weather's been all over the place. It has... it was said to be clear, then it wasn't. Then it's kind of all right. It only said Fridays. You feel betrayed. You are the smart. I am the smart ass, but better than a dumbass. I know that I have a great ass because when I walk away, people always say, "What an ass." Robert McNeese has been posting April Fool's scientific papers all day on Twitter. Pretty good stuff. When it's done, when it's properly done with tongue in cheek, and you know nobody's getting hurt over it. But I almost felt a little silly getting too excited about the Friends space set. Your family's on vacation this week, so you're solo at home with the pets for a week. You might build a set with you on Sunday. Well, I would be happy to build alongside. No aurora here in southern Michigan. Now, it's going to be extending throughout even tomorrow for the aurora. So there's a chance that some of the northern areas of the U.S., but also Michigan is kind of, we're still almost on the same latitude. But yes, there was it was this set here, which is confirmed to be an actual set, and down the line we will pick that one up because I want to get my hands on as much space-based sets as possible. Yes, I love all our nerdy, geeky, pop culture builds that we can have. Waiting for this one to get back in stock, but not too fussed on getting this one. But the one thing we were looking to do. All right, here's the possibility of where the auroras are going to be, Old Neener, for the next couple of days. So getting about as low as Missouri. But I've always noticed that a lot of people in the Pacific Northwest get a much better view. Like, I feel like sometimes we even miss out here in this area. You got the shuttle set from Overwatch you've been waiting to build for a year or so. There was a shuttle for... It's probably a retired set now, isn't it? Close, but rain and snow tomorrow night, so no dice. Yes, tonight was going to be like our only night as well. This means some more RF interference. Yeah, it's not going to be good. It's not going to be great for communications for a while. You should be outside looking for aurora, but it's cold and you're slightly buzzed. I agree, it is cold, and I cannot shake the taste of this or the smell. Like I'm pretty sure when I walk back into the office tomorrow morning, it's going to smell of this. I want to say that it has like a blackberry scent to it, but it's not. It really is like this kind of a cookie flavor, which is weird. But also there's carrots in there for sweetness. It's a weird one. So Sunday we will be. This won't be the build for Sunday yet, but Sunday we will be continuing our build of the Monkey Kid Galactic Explorer, which I mean the gantry that you have to build for it as well is kind of cool. The color scheme on this set is incredible. So it's a fair-sized rocket. It's still not the Saturn V, the height on that one, but it's actually a little bigger than I thought it was going to be. So that's good. You like it, Starlight Coal. It's by no means, there's no sponsor or anything like that. It's just that Mrs. Canuck picked this up on the way home today. And she figured you gotta drink it on stream, whether it is good or bad. You gotta see what's gonna happen with this. I gotta say, I'm not disappointed, but I'm not like thrilled. I guess I'm whelmed by this soda. The Saturn V is such a great set. It's it is so good, and I have it sitting like right over there in its box, only disassembled in its stages. But at the moment, the Infinity Gauntlet still takes its place. LOL. Hello, how you doing? Welcome in, Al. How's it going tonight? Fat Shady, good evening. Welcome. Neither a Pepsi man, so enjoy. All right, that's all to myself. 5 tons of destruction. Awesome destruction. Welcome in, Raiders. How's it going? Samsung, how are you doing? Thank you very much for the shout out to LOL. Tiger Lily, how's it going? So much science already. Welcome in. Good to see you in here. Thank you so much for the raid. How are things tonight? You looks like you're doing a little bit of Hades. How was that? Oh, Hades, I just saw that it is available in the Xbox Game Pass. I want to try it out. It looks like one of those games I would definitely have fun grinding. How was your experience with it tonight? Well, thank you so much for bringing in the community. Glad to see you in here. It's so good. Awesome. All right. I don't know if that would be one that we would play here. However, if it's one thing I can just enjoy off stream. I feel, those who stream, do you feel that you, if you play video games offline, do you feel you're missing out on anything, or you just enjoy it, you take it in? You don't need to provide commentary with everything. Character design, 11 out of 10. Voice acting, 11 out of 10. Awesome. I've seen a lot of people play it, and it looks like it is a fun game. I can hear like a helicopter, not a goat. Hang on. weird. Rarely don't hear a helicopter out here. How did I not make a Hades nuts? And you know what? Fat Shady, inspiration strikes you at the strangest times. I used to enjoy it more alone, but you're like, ah, man, I could be talking to chat while you play. That's good. Behind my head, Gandalf, it was you and your Taco Bell. Oh, boy. Wrong button, but yeah, you get some love anyway. So this is our outdoor view. Oh, actually, no, there it is. Oh, you see the other red flashing light. Peas and rice. All right, we had a helicopter fly over. I wonder if... Ooh. Well, hopefully it's not like an emergency evac or anything like that for a hospital. All right. I definitely play so you can get the chance to talk about Hades nuts. We have nuts here too. These are our nuts. These are our ghost pepper jumbo cocktail peanuts. Go flag it with nope. Share with the class, please. We share these in increments of 50 bits if you want to see me choke on a nut. Wait, hold on. These are freaking hot, but they're delicious as well. You were eating barbecue earlier. Ooh, excellent. It's yeah, that's one of our... That's about as far as we go with nuts on here. LOL talks about flavored peanut snacks frequently. Now, this company has a great deal of others, of other flavors, but this is the only one that is actually a commercial product that you can buy that actually just causes pain. We are connected by the nuts. Those nuts. Not these nuts. Those nuts. Heidi ho, neighbors. What's going on? 3D printing. How you doing? What am I doing up so late? I don't know. There was the possibility of clear skies. For those who are new to the channel, I'm glad to have y'all in here. Now, normally, this is what my backyard looks like. We would love it more if we were having clear skies, however. The weather has been all over the place. The clearest amount of sky that we had tonight was looking at this single 10-second exposure. I almost forgot you have Cajun boiled peanuts. Ooh! How are those? Sounds interesting. All right. Also, Tiger Lily, thank you so much for the follow. We welcome you into the observatory as well, but you do need to go to bed. You're still going to introduce your channel, but so glad you came in. So glad you're supporting LOL. Always wonderful to have you in here. Amazing boiled peanuts are underrated. Interesting. That sounds really good. Got to give those a try. But of these Picard's Peanuts, a Canadian company, these are the only ones that I've tried. Also, just because it's the ghost pepper. Sometimes they give me the hiccups. Sometimes. They're Southern USA's best gas station snack. I do love a good gas station snack. I love a road trip as well. It's been a while since we've gone on a wonderful road trip. Why is your mouse pointer like that? Then we do have a Fat Shady. We do have a channel point redeem called What Is That? Now that comes in handy when we are when we are taking a look at images of outer space that we shoot here, this is the whole point of this channel, is to share images of outer space using my telescope in my backyard. Now, something like this, we have our object of affection of the galaxy M106. Is about 25 million light years away from us. Now, obviously, there is more to this image than just this galaxy. Now, people may have a question. What's that smudge over there? And I'd be like, what smudge? What you can do is you can click on your screen. So that you can, so if I see your little cursor moving up and down, then we know that's where you're looking. So there's no more. Exactly. So I can see now you're pointing at this area here. You're looking at one of the satellite galaxies, much like how we have our large and small Magellanic Clouds you can see from the southern hemisphere. M106 has another galaxy that is not too distant from it. Gas station food. Wife thinks you're weird. I think she overstates the obvious. So yes, that is the... we do have a channel point redeem that'll activate it for 30 seconds, or I can turn it on a whim. It's way better than that smudge right over there. So it is. Then there's just always the different opportunities. So again, you get in a little closer, you get more detail on the galaxy. But again, there's even more faint smudgies. In fact, this isn't even like the best example of a collection of galaxies. Here, we have maybe a few dozen stars. Everything else in this image is a galaxy 250 to 420 some odd million light years away. I keep your red dot on my nose, so it's like, or if you don't have a star to look at, everybody just picks my nose. Curious, do you like jalapeno cream cheese poppers? Yes. Most of the time when you get them, they're not that spicy. You just get to enjoy the taste of the jalapeno, and then, but also if you wrap them in bacon, if you're a fan of bacon, put that around the jalapeno poppers. Oof. Hubble Ultra Deep Field is the most mind blowing. Now we were talking about a little more for Hubble. LOL. Gandalf, thank you very much. Gandalf, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Greatly appreciated. Homemade bacon poppers are really the best you've ever eaten. See, we're a few hours out from dinner, and we're too far away from breakfast. We were talking about cookies earlier, talking about peanuts and cola and everything else. Gandalf, thank you. Thank you very much. You love being impaled. Beetle Rock! Holy potatoes, how you doing? Bacon wrapped jalapeno poppers? Yes. Get it in ya. How you doing, Beetle Rock? It's so good. I spell it differently every time to keep me on my toes. You do. All right. Smart ass. Oh boy. But yes. Always on my nose. So again, so many different images that we'd like to take a look at. Near or far, our universe is absolutely gorgeous. So we can look at something like our moon. Look at the Apollo landing site in the Sea of Tranquility. Now, this is where the Apollo landing would have been, or had been stationed. Pardon me, but ground-based telescopes, you're not going to be able to see exactly where it is. These tiny little craters, 6 and 10 miles in diameter each. So finding something that is only a few meters across, it's going to be very, very difficult. Yeah. You think it might be impaled or impaled or impaled or impaled. So we, as close as we can get, our resolving power isn't going to be able to see such a tiny portion. Aside from the capsule that went back up to the lunar orbiter, yes, everything would have been left back at the site, including the reflector that you get a laser pointed directly at it. You can measure the distance from you to the moon. Put peanuts on the ice cream. What kind of? Now you don't know if you want boiled peanuts or ice cream for your midnight snack. Now there you go. Put those two together. You only got chips here. I might need to make a run for something to eat. Now the bits of food that we have here, we have our peanuts, we have our crispy, crunchy moon cheese bites used for our world's worst bowl of cereal. And when things get a little crazy as well, we will sometimes double down on the heat with our chips and hot sauces. I might make a bacon grilled cheese soon. Oh gosh. We have all of those ingredients up in the kitchen. Is there anything being utilized now on the moon? It would just be there'd be the reflector on there until the Artemis mission will be sent back to the moon. The telescope that we're using is an 8-inch reflector telescope, 8 inches in diameter or 200 centimeters across, and our focal length is at 1 meter, maybe a little under. We're using a reducer to kind of pull back on the zoom. Most telescopes are designed to be at one focal length, focusing at infinity, so you can get like the best view that you can, and keeping as few elements between you and your object, either glass or mirrors, is going to net you with a much better image. Josh, you got some Cheez-Its. Ooh, it's been a while since I've had some Cheez-Its. So freaking cool. You're looking at the moon from a man's computer somewhere halfway across the world. This is what I like to do, is to share something that normally you may not be able to see. Something that is a little different. Being able to see certain craters on the moon, seeing the depth of these craters as the moon is going in and out of phase, you're going to see different details. One thing we have yet to capture on stream is the lunar V and lunar X. When the moon is within a certain phase, you can see the formation of the craters make a V and an X. It is very, very distinguishable. And when you can see these recognizable shapes in outer space and areas that are not on Earth, not man-made, in no way, shape, or form have we had any influence. That form the asterism in the number 37. But yes, the moon cheese bites, they have awesome flavor, and when we mix them with our stupidly ridiculous hot sauce, at least I get the wonderful flavor, and everybody else gets to see me sweat. So at least that's I feel a somewhat fair trade-off. I'll be lurking while you decide and prep a snack. A fantastic stream, no worries. Al, thank you so much for bringing in your community. Happy eating. So yes, this is the 37 cluster. You don't need to spend a lot of time imaging this one. because the stars are very bright in this asterism. Not part of a constellation. So it's within in the constellation of Orion, but this little asterism is a fantastic target, where it's just the where we happen to be in our galaxy, and where we're the angle that we're looking at this cluster of stars. Any other angle of the 37, it doesn't look like anything else than just this small little cluster of stars. So the fortuitous nature of everything that has happened, that has had to come together for us to see this, is incredible. Thank you for having us and make us feel welcome. You absolutely will have the best time as soon as you have a snack. Get it in you. Get the food. Enjoy. Well, yes, always wonderful to see some familiar faces and meet new friends on here. That's what we always love to do. Share images of outer space as often as possible. Astronomy, you will find 1 credit for violation of the verbal morality statute.
Have a snack.
Saint Azazel. Hello. How are you doing? Thank you so much for the 100 bits. I think because I have a fresh bag of these, now usually for 100 bits I do 1, but you know what? I'm hungry and I'm going to be generous, and we're going to do 2 of the ghost pepper chips. Pareidoia is a hell of a drug. A bonus for you, Saint Azazel. Glad you're streaming. Astronomy is dope. I'm glad to be on tonight. The weather has been, but the company has been grand. The only really good image that we got, oh my God. Not even like a really good image, just the example of how much of what clouds are rolling through. Unfortunately, we're not seeing any aurora at the moment. We're also the weather's been I like that. The Hunter Wild. D-gag. That's awesome. Yeah, I'll take that combo. That one just looks even more maniacal. So we can, the thing is, when we're looking out, you can see a nice little row of clouds out there. But then you can still see the light pollution from the north. And when you can see that prominently, you know there's a lot of cloud coverage out there, which is annoying. And we can see the silhouettes of the trees. That's even more annoying. So, like I said, we do what we can out here. Trying to, at least we got this little interesting image. What I would like to be able to do is add another camera that is much more sensitive. One of our outdoor cameras that would be more sensitive to enhance some of our dark. Oh my goodness, the first ghost pepper is always hits hard. So just to have another camera that we can utilize to look at to get a better picture of the sky. We've seen other people use the exact same camera that I have my eye on, and it looks great for imaging outer space. Just imaging at night, sorry, and just being able to see more of the night sky rather than what we're using right now with the little $30 camera. I took a few sunsets from 300 feet in the air from a tower. Fantastic view. Excellent. The capture looks like a little bit of Bob Ross. We got some happy trees over here. One thing you probably wouldn't hear Bob Ross saying is we got some light pollution. That's a although we got a nice collection of happy stars up there. Just kind of flick your brush and create the stars. Doesn't matter if they don't match the actual universe. You're creating your own universe out here. And really, that's all we can do when we make our own paintings. Is just you create your own little world within your own little universe. And then you just beat the devil out of them clouds. That's all you got to do is get your brush and go whap, 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 yeah. Just get rid of them clouds. Just tell them clouds off. It'd be great. Freaking clouds, I tell ya. The blueberries. I will keep in mind for the blueberries. I might over the weekend. We might do a weekend challenge, a weekend little mini goal of will I eat a ghost pepper again? But I will pair it up with the blueberries just to see, experiment. We do have blueberries in the fridge. And I do have a couple of ghost peppers left over, so perhaps we'll see how the weekend will go. And to what amount, I'm not sure.
I am inevitable.
I gotta say, I've been safe from the snap for quite a while. I mean, the option's there. I can either be dusted off or we remain in our original configuration. Sometimes it is kind. Other times, not so much. But much like how you got me last week, it seems it's like, and all I have, there is just one or the other. Where is it? It really is a 50-50 shot. There it is. Snapture? No or yes. That's it. The other 10 times you got the finger. With the Xbox achievement, you have the 1 in 10 chance of getting the red rare one. But that's what I also love about StreamerBot is the how easy it is to make random actions. So then with certain other events, we can add many more. Like with the channel points for the beard. Wherever that's gone off to. You know, there are many. Yeah, for the mustache. 1 in 6. 6 different mustaches. All little things to keep it dynamic on here. That's what I like to do. Have something a little different. I got some other ideas that are being put into. You're probably reading the 30 times, you got you twice. It's just the luck of the draw. But again, it is much easier program to work with to try to make things a little more fun on here. Try to make it seem like a little more complicated than how it actually is. Still gotta change that. I don't know. Did I put in? I don't think I did. I thought I had... Nope. I wonder, did I actually add this in here? You love it when it snows. It is most likely, well, if I remember, there we go. That'll be added in place of the snow. But I need to program that into StreamerBot first. Have you done / viewed your picture from a few days ago when the clouds were clear? You forgot the specific galaxy M106. Saint Azazel, I have not done that yet. Tomorrow night, or moreover, I guess later tonight. It is 1 in the morning right now on Saturday. But for our rain day astronomy session on Saturday night, we will do some processing on M106. This is not M106. We were looking at that galaxy a little earlier, and that is this bad boy, right? Nope, that's not it. That's a different one. It is this one right here, M106. We'll work on that tomorrow night. We have, I want to say, about 7 hours worth of data on this. And I will put the stacked file in our folder. Those who are subscribed to the channel, there is a section on the Discord for subscribers where you can download the image files on here and try your hand at a little bit of processing on these images as well. Everybody's going to kind of, it ends up having a bit of their own processing style, as well as their like their own different workflow that's going to be done. So that is going to be tomorrow. Yeah, we'll say that's tomorrow night's project of what we're going to do. And yeah, just see how much detail we can get out of this target, and if we can isolate some of our narrowband images, which highlight more of the pinks in this galaxy. A good example of something for the galaxies, what I like to illustrate, is using Bode's Nebula. Pardon me. Oh my goodness. So this galaxy here, where we can see, now this is taken during a bit of a full moon. We're closer to like a maybe 70 to 80%, where you can still see more of the barred spiral galaxy within this target. But when you switch over to a different filter, same galaxy, less of the brighter stars are visible, but you can see more of these little these pink pockets. These are star forming regions, much like our own Orion Nebula. So combining this data with the broadband, you can highlight more of these pockets of red and really bring home the star forming regions in your image, separating out those layers. So I don't have enough data on this target alone for actually, no, tell a lie. I might have previous year's data on M106, and because these targets over a lifetime, over like years, they don't really have, we can't discern a great deal of movement. The closer some objects can be to us, the more detailed they may, and the more movement we can start to see. However, galaxies, you're looking at them millions of light years away, they're so far away that the movement isn't as discernible. If you don't go to bed soon, there will be really no reason to even sleep. Just can't quit staring at the bearded awesomeness. Gandalf, get some rest. I appreciate you coming on in today. I thank you very much for the gifted subs tonight. It is greatly appreciated. But yeah, get some rest. We'll be back in full force tomorrow evening. And then Sunday morning, get on with more of the Lego Monkey Kid Galactic Explorer, as well as talking more about what future plans for our Lego builds and some of our other goals that we want to do on here. Make some coffee and keep enjoying. Yeah, or you can do that too. Listen to old Neener. Either way. But no, it's always wonderful to see y'all in here, and I really hope that we're in the coming spring season we're going to get some more consistent clear skies, so we can bring more images like this. So hopefully with M106, I have imaged it with this filter, so we can highlight those areas. I do believe I probably may have put out a tweet. Was it a tweet, or was it or was it just something on Discord? I think it may have just been on Discord, of shooting M106 with the L Extreme filter. I think it was on Discord. All right, you're gonna go to bed. No worries. It is your pleasure to be here, as long as you can sneak the sleeping trapped into your wife's vodka. Oh, look, it's Twitter. No, I was looking for the comparison images of M106. Probably in here. All right. Okay. Fair enough. Then I don't know where I had the image. I had it shared somewhere. Comparing. Oh, there we go. The broadband image of M106, but then compare it against the using the L Extreme, highlighting different areas in the galaxy. Light is so interesting. For work, I would deal with narrowband plus broadband for sonar systems, and always found it so fascinating how the environment affects the process. Also fascinating on how humans can manipulate the raw data to improve how we view the data. Thanks for sharing your knowledge on how light works with those faraway objects. It's my pleasure. So with sonar systems, it'd be interesting to like how do I guess would it work the same way that you would need if you're focusing on more narrow bands, that you would have to have like a longer integration time scanning that target, or trying to get the information? Because with this one, you know, we had to do 5 minutes on this versus only having to now this is stretched a little beyond because you can see a lot of the noise, but you know, to try to get the details, it's 5 minutes. The nucleus is nice and bright, stars are bright, but the details in the galaxy, you lose a lot of the structure. But again, with this filter, it is meant to really highlight the hydrogen alpha and the oxygen 3, and that's it. So within the visible spectrum, along the entire electromagnetic spectrum, we are only highlighting a small portion in the more energetic end, and a small portion around the 656 nanometer range of the lower energetic portion of the visible spectrum. And that's it. Everything else on either side and in between is not important for the filter that we like to use. Now, the filter, the L Extreme, is it is an aggressive filter. So you are cutting it, like you're shooting in only a few nanometers in width. And a nanometer itself is going to be small, is going to be thinner than a human hair. And we're still imaging only a few nanometers. It is a small amount of this light that is hitting the camera sensor. It will, you know, if you're using a monochrome camera, shooting in very slim slivers of the visible spectrum is much better with a monochrome camera, because every area of that sensor picks up the signal whereas only a quarter of each portion of the sensor is like picking up the red light. Generally, it is taking multiple sensors to reduce the time it would take. It helps reduce the noise when you have multiple perspectives. Different types of sensors are affected by the salinity and depth of which equals pressure on how the sound waves propagate. Interesting. Now we have, now was this, for using sonar, you would have been, would you just would you, as much freely information as you like to give out, that's fine. We do have we have another friend of the channel who spent time on a submarine during his service. As predicted, good morning. Good morning, Lux. The hash browns are still in the freezer. If you want, I can warm them up. We have had a cruel April Fool's joke played on us by Mother Nature. And also the fact that it's now the 2nd of April. This is Mother Nature being belligerent with the weather. 7 a.m. still in bed. Cozy on up. Yes, was working for submarines primarily, so yeah, I'm sure the Submariner knows more than you on the subject. There's a crap ton to know. Well, that's okay. Yeah, next time they drop in, I'll be sure to hopefully both of you are in chat, so you can kind of have a bit of a back and forth, perhaps. Submarine life, I bet that's like a family road trip with the windows up the whole time. Bloodkiss, how you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you in here tonight. This morning, yesterday. How's it going? I see the needle, and you see nice competition. It is. I was looking to see what focal length, if we took off the reducer and we were looking at the needle galaxy, how much of it would fill up that sensor. And I think the needle galaxy would be a tremendous candidate for one of our first images without the reducer. Speaking of light, many prefer the orange yellow for solar viewing. You prefer the white non-color. I mean, it just seems that we're kind of used to picturing our sun as this yellowish orange ball of in the sky. But yeah, it is mainly just, it is white light. It is a white main sequence star. But again, it's also, I like the contrast that you can see, and the fact that we have this, we were talking about this earlier, the most detailed image of the sun. And that's, I'll drop this link in there again. From images from the solar orbiter, and just the amount of detail we get in this image, you know, like something like that is absolutely amazing to see the detail in the sun. Also, just getting us for scale. Like how puny we are compared to our life giver. The fact that these have the same field of view as the big boy OBS scope is quite funny, as well as using one tiny sensor. Yeah, and our star is the small one as well. Like it's not even like, we're not even a big star. We're tiny. But again, that also allows us to have a star that will snack on its fuel reserves very slowly. So, which is why we have been allowed to evolve into such interestingly complex life forms here. But if we were to take the reducer off this telescope, I think there'd be even more details. I did spend a bit of time on Bode's Nebulae, with the L Extreme. I think. I probably got maybe a couple hours on this target that we can fiddle around with, but tomorrow night, or moreover later tonight, we will be taking this into PixInsight, stacking it and seeing what kind of details we get. You want to hear a joke? No imaging until May due to weather. That's not a joke. That's a cruel, pardon me, future. I don't know what... Oh, we hear the helicopter again. Oh, there it is. Camera off. Look, there's a helicopter. You can hear it. Aliens. Maybe if I turn up the volume as well. Now you can really only hear the wind. Civil or military? Where it came from, there is a hospital. I am thinking it is a medical chopper. Go to flight radar 24. Would it have its path on there? But don't dox yourself, no worries. AZ Pinoy, what's going on, AZ? How you doing, sir? Good afternoon. No, good evening to you. How's it going? Good to see you in here. All right. Let me say radar 24. Flight tracker. It is a thingy. Aircraft type. It looks like a medical, looks like an evac medical helicopter. Charlie Dash Golf Yankee November Lima. Yep, it is an ambulance. There you go. Lux, that's awesome. Thank you. How are the skies tonight? Skies are absolute. Yeah, there was the possibility of clear skies tonight. That didn't happen. At least nothing reliable. At best, we had something like this. Yeah, we had some okay. You can see some okay stars up there, but yeah, that was our sky, and it's basically how it's been like the entire night. Now, chances are, as soon as I say good night, everybody, the clouds are gonna like clear right off. Now it is 1:30 in the morning. The skies will be they're dark until about maybe 5:30, 5:45 in the morning, which isn't too bad. Although it does say that we should have some clouds rolling in at about 4 in the morning with like all the clouds. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, AZ, good to see you in here. Apologies, neglecting some shoutouts tonight. Not because people don't deserve them, they totally do. There's some awesome people out there. If you want to check out a wonderful Lego and Gunpla building streamer, go check out AZ Pinoy. And don't say that Gundam building is just like a It's like a Japanese transformer that really gets them. The passenger probably doesn't much care about the looks of the chopper. Just get them there, get them better, get them the help that they need. So I think this is a magical lie for this this forecast. We'll keep an eye on what Sunday night is going to be. I know it says Monday, but that is still Sunday evening. If hopefully it will hold up. Sunday morning we will do our Easy Sunday Lego stream, starting at 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, or just Eastern Time at this point. With all the clocks have changed around now. 99% of the patient isn't on the helicopter now. Either that, or they forgot to unlatch them. Stop it. Stop it. Now, a few other interesting things that I've noticed tonight. 1% chance they went to the hospital to transport somewhere else. Perhaps. One thing I've noticed is today seems to mark the 18th month of affiliation. As I have the 18-month subscriber badge, which is now moving from stars into nebulae. This is the Owl Nebula, which is the 18-month badge. I'll be kind of representing different nebulae as the longer we go. So I have that one and the 2-year one sorted out already. Yeah, just trying to keep on top of things with being as creative and integrated as possible in here. But thank you very much. Appreciate it. It has been you were late a couple of months to the party. Not a worry. It is also cool to see the Samsung 15 months on there. That is also wonderfully appreciated. But I appreciate those who are new to the channel, those who are the OGs, those who have been here for the moderate amount of time. Whether you are lurking or you're jamming out in chat, is that the word I'm looking for? Yeah, forget it. We'll go with it. It is always wonderful to have you in here. And, when the weather doesn't play up, we're happy to wonderfully go off the rails. Tonight, we discovered some new things about people in here, like dipping your peanuts in Coke. And if that was said in any other way, it could sound totally different. Dipping your toast in milk. Never thought about doing anything like that before. Now, putting a grilled cheese sandwich in tomato soup, I think that's great. And a lot of talk about food. So I do thank those who have donated bits and forcing me to eat either some spicy peanuts or spicy chips. Never necessary, but always well appreciated. One thing we did try tonight was this one, was Coca-Cola Starlight flavor. Limited edition, and they can keep it limited edition. Very interesting. It really tasted like a raspberry cookie. It is the best way I can describe how that one tasted. I also realized if I putting the bottle of Coke next to the gantry here, it's like they're gonna board the bottle of Coke, not the rocket. Like I said, later on tonight, we will do the processing of M106, and just looking forward to seeing how much detail we can pull out of this galaxy. I think it's going to be very, very interesting to see. And it'll also be very interesting to see how well I can navigate PixInsight. And that program is designed for editing images of space and calibrating your images of space, so that you can this program is designed to deal with the stars, deal with galaxies, get your background correct in your images. Whereas Photoshop, it is better designed for terrestrial photography, and you need to jump through a great deal of hoops in order to get the details in your images. But there are some people who do some really amazing work within Photoshop. I've been very pleased with a lot of the images that we've made, or that we have processed in Photoshop. And there are other times where it just feels like the data is like absolutely in the toilet, and nothing seems to work right. And as always, need to get more integration time. So this is about 40, maybe like 30 to 45 minutes on this target. We'll use this as a comparator image tomorrow. Hopefully we have something decent to look at, and just see the difference in between for the detail in a few minutes versus a few hours, and just being able to get rid of any of the excess noise in the image and get the the right amount of integration for the photons that you've collected in each image, and stacking it up and amplifying that signal. Pardon me, and bringing out those details. That's what I love to do, and that's what I want to be able to show you guys on the next stream. To be able to share those views. So yes, it has been a fantastic evening tonight. Updates for Lego will be coming more. We'll get into more detail on Sunday as we talk about that. But I did update one of our stretch goals, where there will be a Lego giveaway associated with this bit goal, which will end April 26th. Originally, it was going to match up with this one here on the 17th, but because it is it is because we were looking to go after the lunar research base, which is the double VIP points. More VIP points means more coupons, means more money off sets, and just more sets that we can add to our collection, so that we have always something interesting and fun to build for our Lazy Sunday Lego streams. So there'll be some little mini stretch goals that will happen there. Possibly one of these is going to be chew on a ghost pepper, or the galaxy's worst bowl of cereal. We'll do on one of those, just because the support. I always appreciate that. But if we don't meet it, that's fine. There's always going to be other sales for Lego. There's always other things we can do. And like I was saying, we've been trying to be patiently waiting for certain bits of equipment to come in for a telescope kit, but supply chain issues, things take a while, and we'll just have to play it by ear, see what's going to be available and what is going to be best suited for improving our images of space and try out something different. Nerduino, how you doing? Sorry to be fashionably late. No worries. Good to see you. Glad to have you in here. Whenever people can pop in, it is always greatly appreciated. You want to check out some more in-depth analysis and information on NASA news, go check out Nerduino streams. We will get the shell, but if you want to get to the juicy tidbits of everything, go check out Nerduino streams. But there have been some awesome stories that have come out of April Fools. Trudging through all the sifting through the detritus of all the information that's come out today, or misinformation from from April Fools. But the little tidbits that we did see, and hopefully, what would be amazing is, yes, the April Fool's joke for the ASI Air Max and Mini, if they can make that a reality, like just further improving the portability that you can get with ZWO's products. Now, in no way, shape, or form am I affiliated with ZWO. I just use a lot of the products and I like them, but I will also say that there are other areas of the products that, yeah, that could have some room for improvement, or perhaps maybe they're not as well made as we would like to hope. The Wi-Fi signal on this one crapped out. I didn't have it for too long, and I was forced to use the Ethernet on this all the time. However, it did end up allowing me to have a longer connection and a more stable connection overall. But again, it was that having to navigate those issues. Quick question for you: how does this compare to the Pi alternative? Now, I have yet to use any other alternative, actually. There is another product that was the Stellar Mate, very similar idea, using a Raspberry Pi. However, there were more products that you could use. It wasn't just the Stellar Mate wasn't hamstrung, or wasn't handcuffed, sorry, to one product. However, at the time, it was still difficult to get a hold of either one of these, and opportunity knocked where I was able to get the ZWO ASI Air. Again, down the line, yeah, I wanted to be able to try out some different bits of kit that will. Every one of them is going to have their pluses and minuses. For the ASI Air products, for the most part, everything just seems to integrate very well. It works with minimal fussing. So something like this, having an ASI Air with a screen attached to it, yeah, sure, it's a joke right now, but you think about everything else, it could most likely be a possibility in the future. Maybe you'll try the Pi thing and we can compare, but the fuss is what bothers. Yeah, it's because there's been like nights like tonight where the forecast was all over the place. I don't want to spend too much time fighting with gremlins. I know other people are happy to tinker with things, but I also like to get on with it and get the results and see something cool and enjoy the night sky. I've had those nights in the past where nothing worked, and it just feels like a huge waste, especially when you have that one night and like another 2 weeks of clouds. Things like that can be very frustrating. So we want to be able to maximize our enjoyment of the night sky. And yeah, just be able to have fun. This is what I love to do. I love to show you guys something cool. Show you a galaxy 25 million light years away. Show you the moon one light second away. Things like this. This is what I love to do. And hopefully we're going to have some more clear skies in the future. In the springtime will yield some better weather for us as well. It's one of those hobbies where it's easy to get lost in the equipment instead of remembering why you started in the first place. And I feel that there are some people who will just take that road where they just enjoy tinkering with the equipment. You'll get some cool images, but then you're gonna start fiddling around with the with other aspects of the set. Where is the Sea of Tranquility? Sea of Tranquility is right here. This is the landing site of the Apollo 11. Now we can't see it. Our telescope isn't that great. Well, it's a wonderful telescope. You would need a telescope about 93 meters in diameter to be able to image, to resolve the landing site. With images from the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, you can get details of the landing site. Nothing wrong with that, of course. You mean this? It's a guy who thought pretty pictures from space made a PhD in astronomy a good idea. There you go, exactly right. If you can do it, I want to do it too. Now, also, what I would I at the moment, I could be on a path right now to have a PhD in typography. And for the sake of doing that, just for the opportunity for someone to say, is there a doctor in the house? I could put my hand up and then say, yeah, but I'm not that kind of doctor. It would be would that be like a self-serving goal just for a long-term payoff? A guy in your PhD class quit to get a PhD in typography. Like, I heard about him, like, I guess I could. I enjoy typography. I enjoy graphic design. I mean, I love space, but I don't even know if I would have the prerequisites to get into an astronomy course to go down the road to get a degree in astronomy. He has his own font, you believe. Oh, cool. I learned in university university developing a font takes a load of work. There's so much to put into thinking how everything works for a typography set. So yes, we have the the alleged landing site, of course, yes. So why can't we see this? It is still, it's only a few meters across. Whereas we're looking at these craters, and you're looking at, like 15 and 22 kilometers across, 10 to 6 miles in diameter for these two little craters. So seeing something that is a fraction the size of these, there isn't a ground-based telescope large enough that's going to help you resolve that. You look at the Tycho crater, or the Tycho crater, 94 miles across. And hence. So it's, as small as we feel like the moon is, it's still pretty large. You could drop a city in here. I could for sure do an astro degree. I'd have to see what a prerequisite is. Also, money. You have to say it like Scotty. Computer, enhance. You got a small Meade telescope. Already has a nice street plan. See, also, I think like having a telescope that you're going to. You have a small Meade telescope. The Tycho crater already has a nice street plan. There we go. Having a telescope that you're going to, people ask fairly often, what is like the best telescope? And there's no real answer. It's a refractor. No, there's the best telescope is going to be the one you're going to use every day, or the one you're going to reliably use and have fun with, and you're not fussing with it too much. Now, the larger telescope that we have, I think there. No, I don't think there is. It needs some collimation, and I think we can get some better images with this telescope if I can tweak the mirrors in there and get them all properly aligned. Transporting across the Atlantic, yeah, there's going to be an issue with that, and I believe I see it. Some of the images look a little too soft, where they've been a little sharper in the past. Telescope is the one you use the most. Exactly. Bigger is always better. Don't let anyone tell you different. I would say there's got to be a. You end up. There's always the diminishing returns that you will get if you're going for a larger telescope. There's so many other elements you need to work right with your system. But if you have like a wider field of view, it can be a little more forgiving. Always still put your mount first above all else. make sure that your mount is going to be as sturdy as possible. And then everything else can fall into place, because you can have the best telescope. You can have the camera with the largest sensor and the most pixels, and that can all go to pot if the mount is I'm pretty sure I missed that one. Your Meads 102 and 90 millimeters serve you really well. And I really like the my little 72 millimeter refractor. I think it's a tremendous scope. I would maybe like a little bit more aperture, but again, you start getting larger pieces of glass, telescope has to get bigger. It gets heavier and more unwieldy. Handheld telescope viewing or nothing. Binoculars are good as well. I think binoculars are a great thing to use. Maybe sit in a chair where you can lean back, or even if you can have like a reclining chair that swivels or rotates, so you can just kind of tour around the night sky and your arms aren't going to get too tired. I think it's a great thing to do and try out, and just get some more detail and enhance your meat cameras. Anything you can do to better your vision is going to help you. With a tripod, you have a set of Orions that were $200, I think. Look at the comments. See, I also feel that we were some of us were spoiled with Hale-Bopp and Hyakutake, two great comets in the 90s. And there's been nothing as significant since. Nothing as significant as those two comets. So to have these great comets like almost back to back, and then like nothing, everything else we're kind of struggling to get integration time with. Yeah, maybe we're due for another awesome comet, but it's the luck of the draw. And I would probably rather have a lot of dim comets than one really, really bright one. You got an ETX 90. See, I like to look. I've seen even with Celestron with their Astrophi, where you can again another go-to alt-az scope, where you can control with your cell phone. Again, taking away the hand controller and trying to make things as accurately pointing as possible. I do try to direct people down that road to even just to look at it, see if that's something you would like to try out. Because if it's a telescope you can learn the night sky alongside, then yeah, it's going to help you enjoy the night sky a little quicker. You're not fumbling looking for a target. But if you have that initial knowledge of the night sky, then I think it helps you enjoy things later on down the line. Now, do I remember where everything is in the sky? Every single name of the star and the constellations? No. But again, it is just being familiar with certain areas. Finding things in the sky can be the most frustrating part. I mean, I tried to find the Andromeda Galaxy with my 70 to 300 millimeter lens. You know, it was tough getting it in there. But once I was able to center on the Andromeda, and I was able to try to image it at 300 millimeters. So knowing the night sky helps so much. At least having like the idea of where so you can start doing some star hopping and then follow those targets. Yeah, when you're a beginner, I don't know why why that one was modded. Auto mod is is a little weird sometimes, especially with that. I didn't even look at I looked at the message. I'm thinking there's nothing in there. I didn't see why it was modded. Stream Elements has been weird lately. Technology ruined us in a way. A little bit. But at the same time, it has helped us a great deal. And if I hadn't started with a go-to telescope, and maybe I just got like the Skywatcher Star Adventurer and was just manually looking for targets in the sky, I would have been incredibly frustrated. I don't think I would have got the exact same satisfaction as I would have by not already being more familiar with the night sky. You're out right now sketching constellations for Astro League program. Oh, cool. Josh, if I'd love to see the sketches if you're happy to share them when you're done. Why do I need to learn the night sky? I have an app for that. But then when your app runs out and you get, and also just to kind of casually mention to someone, oh, look, there's Venus. How do you know it's Venus? Because I know. You're okay with the sky and finding things, just not too clued up on scope specs and lenses and that. And, you know, it's things like that. They're going to eventually, that comes down the line with just the experience. And nobody's ever going to know everything there is. And what I also love about the astrophotography community is that nobody is trying to win astronomy. Every step forward that we take, you bring everyone else alongside with you, and you pass that information around, and then people will take it in their hands, and they'll mold it in this way, and they'll send it back, and you just get all these different techniques that people come up with for astrophotography. It's really amazing to see so many people come together to help, because do I image some of the best targets? No. Are my images amazing? No. They're all right. I'm happy with them. I'll call a terrible image a terrible image, but I'd like to. I'll show you the ups and the downs. I'll show you the good and the bad. And maybe you're like, oh, well, if you tried this, let's try that. Let me see that data. Let's try this step. Things can keep evolving with astrophotography. You should have come out earlier. Sextants is too far into city light pollution. You got fed up with your go-to telescope getting things wrong and messing up one night. You took some time to learn the bright stars so you wouldn't waste the night, and that's made all the difference. And there you go. And there's your learning process. And sometimes the learning process is forced upon us because equipment doesn't always do what it should. There are a few people out that don't share. They're just in it for themselves. That we don't need them. But those are always, you're getting so fewer people. There are more people who are willing to help and share their knowledge, share the experience. That it is. And you know, if you feel you need to gatekeep astronomy and astrophotography tips, to what end? What do you gain from it? From not sharing the information? You know, it's there have been nights when I'm surprised on how well an image has turned out with the processing. And then there were times I feel like I've done the exact same workflow process and the image has been terrible. One of the things you miss about where you grew up is being able to be far away from the city lights. Thankfully, where you're at is still tucked away from the worst of the city lights, so you get to see quite a bit. And that's also why I love doing this, Bloodkiss, is because maybe other people don't get to be in such a low light polluted area, and it's difficult to, and maybe even budgets don't allow, or maybe you have a genuine interest in the night sky, but just don't feel like putting you don't want to put that money toward telescopes. You have other hobbies. You have other wallet black holes to occupy your time. Technology has allowed you to to observe on your laptop as opposed to through a tiny hole, and the stacking software creates an image unparalleled to visual observing. Don't get me wrong, I still visually observe, but I'm kind of in between old school and modern school. You're content. And it's things like that. Like I think looking at planets through an eyepiece is way better than the initial view that you get out of a camera for a planet. So I feel both sides. I see both sides of the coin on that. You got Josh. You got Aquarius, Sextans, Pisces, Serpents. That's just what's down in your field of view. Hugin, hello. How you doing? I am a Bortle hog, a little bit, but I want to share it as often as possible. And like I said, opening up our property to have star parties and being able to share the sky with people is what I'm looking forward to. We want to get things ready as soon as we can and as safely as possible. I like Dylan's attitude. Everything is meaningless and we're all going to die. But in that time frame, we love to do what makes us happy, what puts a smile on your face, what brings you joy, what can develop a meme for you, any which way, shape, or form. Other hobbies, what's that? I don't know. It's these fictitious things that people talk about. Some people like to buy stamps or trading cards, apparently. I appreciate this stuff a lot. I'm happy to share this. Happy to share the experience with everybody. Those are the last four constellations you need to document and observe for your pin. Oh, cool. You kid, you also do laundry. You don't think everything is meaningless. The second part is unavoidable. I find meaning in this, in sharing time with people, in sharing the universe, sharing recipes. How else would I have discovered tonight that people put peanuts in their Coca-Cola? If I didn't do this, I would have been blissfully unaware that people would drop their nuts in Coke. The only stamps you bought for what they had on them were the baby T-Rex stamps. I have some Star Wars stamps and Superman stamps. I like Star Wars and Superman. Passing along, sharing the knowledge, destroying your plumbing, that's all very meaningful. Tonight, thankfully, has only been a couple of chips, so I'm happy with that. Actually, I used to play Warhammer before the pandemic. You just bought some new models to assemble and paint. Kind of excited to get back into it. I like the little models. I would imagine if I had taken a different route through university or high school, I would have stuck with things like that. But I think the model building, for me, the passion could still be there. The patience is still there. But then again, that's more I'm not spending on telescopes. So actually, I used to play Warhammer. Boto. I have no reason to. The static equilibrium does that for yourself. Anyway, I also petitioned your city to dim the street lights and better shield the side light tonight, so you're making some good progress on things today. Excellent. Science, Balint, how you doing? Good evening to you. How are things? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, Josh, hopefully that'll work out well for you. The only thing for certain in life are taxes, everything in Australia, and the universe wants to kill you, and science is awesome. It is. Yeah, just always love to be banging on about astronomy, astrophotography. It's what I love to do. But yes, Bulent, good to see you in here. Hopefully you've had a good evening. Wonderful to see you dropping by. You're printing some minis right now, actually, not Warhammer though. So okay, with the advent of, I guess, 3D printing, has it made life easier to make like custom characters that you've always like wanted to do for those sets? So our sky has been all over the place. It says now, my forecast now says mostly clear. I'll have to check it out once we're done and just see how things look. It's been a very disappointing weather forecast for us tonight. If you know how to design such things, sky's the limit. I don't know how to do it either. I would think if I was doing that, I would probably end up abandoning Lego if I was getting into 3D printing. I would never abandon telescopes. I would never abandon astronomy. It has been a wonderful evening, and I think we're going to start to wrap things up because it is also 2 in the morning. 2 in the morning without doing any imaging. But it has been some wonderful conversations with everybody tonight, and yeah, great to see people hanging out the entire stream. Great to see people who've been popping in saying hello. It is, as always, I enjoy my time. I enjoy that y'all are hanging out with us. Tomo, how you doing? Good to see you in here. Yes, but we got to be with you. Oh, you're too kind. You guys are absolutely wonderful. There is never a time when I'm getting ready to stream, and I'm thinking, oh, ugh. I always enjoy hitting that go live button. And I always enjoy seeing people pop in, saying hello. It is always wonderful to have you guys in here. Bloodkith, thank you so much for joining us tonight. LOL, as well as Improvised Dynamics. I want to thank them both for our raids tonight. And our new followers to the channel, those who have subscribed and resubscribed. And gifted subscriptions and made me eat a little bit of hot food tonight. It is an absolute pleasure to present the universe to everybody, and to ramble on about astrophotography. I will give you our raid messages to copy down, and I think what we're going to do. Who haven't we said hello to in a little while? Who is on? Let us go see. Oh, I gotta let this play. Okay. So, tomorrow night, Saturday evening, we'll be processing M106. And we'll be doing some image processing. We'll ramble on about some other space news that's been going on. Talking a little bit more about some Lego sets that we want to get because, space, Lego. Woo! All right. I think we're going to chill out a bit. I'm going to send you guys over to Kuyasai. Go see Cyrus. He is incredibly chilled. He's a wonderfully talented musician. He has a voice like velvet. So let's chill out even more. Where'd I go? There we go. All right. We'll go say hello to Kuyasai. I said once again, he is a fantastic artist. Yeah, it's a fantastic, awesome place to hang out and chill out with. He's an awesome dude. So I appreciate you guys so much for hanging out and spending time. The most valuable commodity you can offer up. I appreciate it to absolutely no end. We'll be back tomorrow night. We'll be back Sunday with more of our Lego builds and just generally enjoying being a kid again with these sets. So until then, I thank you so much for joining. I have been Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. I'm not here to change the world. I'm here to share the universe. Have a very good evening, a very good morning, a very good night, afternoon, all points around the globe. Thank you so much for joining us. We will see you soon. Take care.